Hey, honey, how are you? Oh, things are slow to get started here. We had way too much fun last night, so most of the questions are still in the process. Yep. I said I was going to start the stream at 10 a.m. and I did. That's working. Really well this year. Yeah. Yeah. How are you? Is your sister still there or everything? Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Well, it's good. That's actually good on a lot of levels because it gets carded as a good turnout. It's on time. And Elizabeth gets to spend time with Carter. She knows that. So you just getting the work it? This morning. I'm not sure. I'm going to try to get home as early as I can. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Well, the show wraps at like, I guess, 4:35. But I'm going to do a little and they'll go to dinner. That's the problem. So I might that would go around 7:30. I don't know how long it's going to take because it's much closer. It's only what time do you want to go? Okay, I'll try to leave at 5 then. See if I can get that. 6. Okay.
Good morning.
Yeah,
it is.
Okay, are you okay, honey? I miss you. I miss you. That'll happen. I know. Okay. No, I'm a little hungover. It's a little slow through. But I'll get out of here around 5. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'll do that. I'll make that happen.
It's like super slow right now, so I can spend a lot of time doing this.
Exactly. In years past, I didn't have that opportunity. This year, there's just so much stuff going on. I try to do a good job on the video stream, and usually it's all completely jacked up. Like something's messed, something somewhere. And it's just been
Great state this year.
yeah. No, it's nice.
I'm actually going to be able to reduce the amount of stuff I find by half.
I know. It's good. Mm-hmm. Hopefully you will product can help. Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll take a couple of days off. We'll take the day off after. Yeah. It'll be like 4 or so.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Oh, it's fine.
Well, apparently I have my appointment with Dr. Antonucci in the morning, and I didn't get my, I didn't get that on the blood test done. So, I'm going to go in, I'll talk to her, ask her 2 questions about it, and then I'll get the order, and then I'll go right to the lab coordinator house and get the blood work. Because, we've been conversing with email for the last, 2 years, so I don't, that's immediate, but the stuff I need to talk to her is not going to be relevant to the
No, I just want to ask her about the, do I need to take that white pill?
withdrawal, some form of withdrawal.
Yeah.
Just download it and pay for it.
Well, I don't think it's something that's going to stop functioning. I'm just going to not feel good.
That's really good. All 500 and 600.
Yeah. Oh, no, it helped.
That's going to make it affordable for anyone because my editors for like 300-400 money. But most people here, they have like 10 times as many videos they can use. So it's such a big part of it. You think maybe there's people in the United States who don't use them and everyone
Yeah.
So if you let some of them out in the wild, then you have a larger group. But if they showing up on websites,
Yeah.
When I had nothing done on video that actually found then when I moved to 2009 or 2010, I said, okay, let's find another one. And it was put out that it was one. And then I bought another one that I put parts on, both of them together to make one working one. And then put it with the show.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask her. Like, that's what I want to have a conversation with her about.
eBay was just at the beginning before I knew about eBay. And now
I don't think it helped me. I don't know if it helped me or not.
Look, I'd like to talk to the doctor about that as well.
Not so much on the that's the Amiga board. Pretty much.
Those are things I'm focusing on, trying to. Okay. I think I need to go to the bathroom. Was I? No, like I need to go to the
I saw the streaming of the banquet last night.
Oh, look.
Pretty good.
Good. Cool.
Was it Robert was manning the camera?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, sleeping and we'll start soon, too.
Yeah, I think that Bill had turned it off right at the billionaire segment. So.
Yeah, we didn't have permission to air it, you know, just this room. Because it doesn't go on sale for another month.
Is it a documentary or something?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's about Amiga and game developers that use Amiga and it's a whole bunch of but a lot of
Who produced it? The same guy that did the last Amiga.
no, it was different. It's a different group, and I think it seems to be better done technically, as far as level being level and things of that sort, rather than all the other things that were happening to but it was very eye opening to me because there were some things that people used to and still do rave about that I had no clue about. Like glitter, I had what's a glitter? Why do I need one? But they did explain it. I mean, in a few sentences that were actually understandable. So it was.
That's pretty much for games, right?
Well, any of the display stuff, it makes it so much faster. And what they were saying was that the blitter enables the mouse to move, because you're always selecting things with the mouse in the game. And it moves, the game is moving at 30 frames per second, the mouse is moving at 60. That's why it's always so smooth. Because it's double the speed of the game itself. Because with other games, you have to wait on the mouse. You move it and let it go. With the Amiga, it always just went. And so it also has.
And that was pioneering at the time.
Oh, it was totally neat. And there are other display things that the blitter does too. That make it, much more viable as a development machine.
So essentially, once Amiga sort of disintegrated, then all those people that worked for Commodore went to the tech companies and brought their expertise with them.
Sure. So,
who got the Amiga 3000?
3000 was Duncan McDougall.
Is he here or is he gone?
No, he's not.
That's too bad. I brought the ThickNet Ethernet transceiver that goes with the plug in the back of the unit, just in case he ever wanted to run ThickNet.
Oh, okay. All right.
So honestly, I think I can throw that one away without anybody going, oh no, I have ThickNet running through. Do you know what the difference? Are these terms that you understand?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
Don't know what ThickNet.
So 10 base T, twisted pair.
Yes.
Ethernet. Okay. Before that is ThinNet running over 50 ohm coaxial cable that looks like audio cable.
Right.
Before that is ThickNet, which is this
I've seen
about this
those.
big around, semi-rigid cable. I mean, you can bend it, but it takes some effort, with little markings on it to tell you where in the wavelength you're allowed to take the coring tool, okay, and
Oh my God.
Yeah, we pay probably more taxes than you did in the last 20 years, right? Yeah. It's sad. Oh yeah, that's today at 1 o'clock, right? With Eastern time. Yeah, 4 p.m. Eastern time. You know that most of the things he can't do, like with the we don't need the one. If he becomes president, there's a lot of problems. Then why would you vote for him?
I know too much about her. I know, if you know too much about her, just like know much about the fact how she treats people.
I don't like either of them.
Yeah.
But I think she's the lesser evil.
Very tough. She has too much words and it's all her first love. So hard to this guy's pretty much so far. And it's not once, but a dozen times.
Yeah.
But she has health issues. She has some bad health issues. What she does, I think what she does is run Trump. It's sad. Oh, he got so screwed.
Turn on the thermostat, man. Take it down. Must be 89 today.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
Hi.
my man, how's it
How you
going, buddy?
Pretty good.
Good to see you.
You seemed pretty passionate last night.
I am passionate.
You're increasingly so.
Would have appreciated if they would have won you guys. What?
Nah.
Okay, now she can cool down.
How you found the thermostat?
Found them both, I turned them down.
Mark, Frank, the video card that are now Trevor chosen on put on the jack. Could be full shipping. They might not, I don't know, they haven't. Yes. Well, it wasn't exactly on picture. Because he said I don't know what's happening. Yeah. There it was. Really what I was hoping for this weekend was that it would be announced.
No, I thought I would have got it. I have a black one, I've got. Oh, wait. Look at my card. Well, you saw the picture of my credit card, right?
Pretty close.
Oh yeah, like the front end, right? Like
Well, sorted, sir.
it's time to kind of get toward the starting motions here. Probably shouldn't be streaming this, but how many people? Let me check how many people we have on board. So for those of you who were not here last night and didn't participate in all the fun, you really gotta come. It's a lot of fun. We did two things last night. We screened Bedrooms to Billions in the main auditorium, and then about 20 of us went off to the little breakfast room here, lunchroom, and we're up till 2 a.m. swapping stories with Trevor and Colin Proudfoot, who's here, about the old days of Commodore and whatnot. It was fun. I know friends like Mike Brantley, who has come in the past, couldn't make it this year. Shout out, buddy. Hopefully in the coming years you'll be able to join us. Got to do a lot of rehydration after last night. It's good times. Now, this is the Amiga OS 4 pre-release, I suppose. All subjects change. I should reformat this guy. Quick format. Oh. Them's the easy buttons. So, what do we have today? We have two presentations coming up. Loading the CG editor, opening a new page. So we've got okay, let me go talk to some people about who's going to be doing what here.
beer. I'm like, son of a bitch, you're gone. And Bill comes up to me and he goes, how much beer did you get? You need 4 beers. I put my beer back in the ice. I took that for
I remember when all was said and done, we went to yeah, that's why I came over there. I'm like, I'm not going for a hot short. Yeah. You know, I gave, yeah. No, I know they do. Whatever the case may be.
Are you up for it? We'll tell you all of the reservations, we haven't filled reservations for you. But Alex here to work, so the Alex laptop, we will, and we could,
Okay, I'm walking this
Okay, sorry everyone. I just went through a box of floppy drives on Bob Burns' table. Came across source code, came across the contract that he had. I mean, just the disks. So I handed those to him, of course. It's actually a lot of fun. I also found I'll show the camera here. I also found a Fred Fish #1. So one of those things that I got into Amiga after Fred had already started, and it's been overwritten. I don't know what's actually on it, but one page. So this is a Fred Fish #1 disc from Bob Burns' collection. So I'm gonna take that home and just stick it on the wall as one of those things that's super crazy. Oh, there was also a juggler disc written by Bob Burns when he was at Commodore Amiga, with the copyright use with Kickstart 1.2. Just a little artifact to have around. Bob is actually going to be talking fairly soon. He's going to be up on the. He's going to do a presentation for us, I believe.
Yes, in about 10 minutes.
In about 10 minutes. We're going to have Bob Burns give us a presentation. Bob was one of the original Commodore engineers.
Would you have time to help me install that?
Yeah. Well, Alex can too. I know he's right now working with Ken Lester on a demonstration of the Alice for later today.
Okay, so that device is basically the expansion port to SCSI adapter.
It's badass. What it does is it takes SCSI and it has little terminators and it takes an SD card.
No, I'm talking about the device that's attached
Oh,
to
the
it right now.
yeah, it usually has memory, some additional RAM maybe, and then it also is a SCSI driver so you can read a hard drive. So what the thing is, you open it up, you take out the old hard drive, and you plug in the SD card device. And if you take a few minutes and do it that way, you can copy all the contents of the hard drive onto the SD card.
Okay.
And then now you're dealing with an SSD in your Amiga 500.
Yeah, I've got plenty of SD cards.
Well, yeah, the little guys, the micro SD.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got micros.
Yeah, I mean these
Lots
things
of
are
them.
not hard to get, right?
Yeah. No, I've got some with me. I've
Yeah.
got like 16, 32 gig.
Yeah, so his device is, I don't know what he charges for. It's like $80. I don't know what he's selling for here, but it's not that expensive. And so you never have to worry about your hard drive not starting, right? And the thing's all solid state. It's gonna last forever.
Right.
I use one on my Amiga 2000 for the video toaster. They are phenomenal. So I highly recommend while you're here to get that done. So, and it also is going to make it, if you take that off, it's going to weigh 10 pounds or like 5 pounds because the hard drive. You take the hard drive out, it's
You
nothing.
got no weight on it.
Yeah. That alone is worth the $80 because this stuff gets heavy.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can find Perez real quick.
So good at making games. I should have solved my problem.
Yeah. I'm buying more hardware like that.
There you go.
So where is it? This is the fast version. You don't want that one. He should still have some more of the smaller ones because this machine's not quick enough. It doesn't matter. You don't need it.
Right.
And this one's a lot more expensive, but it's about that big. You can set it right in there. You put in the SD card. You format the sucker. You know, do it here. You can do the migration. It's just really handy. So when I see Alex next, I'll point him at you. Oh, there he is. He's underneath the Aeon sign in the back, working on the laptop. Yeah, that device is from a company called Inertial Computing. Is where they're available online. Alex is the proprietor, and he's bringing those devices to marketplace, basically. What's great about them is it allows you to just extend the life of a retro system. No problem. You can take a box and use these devices in them, and good things happen.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Just making sure Brian is wired. I'll let him manipulate the levels. Testing 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, test, test, test. Testing 1, 2, 3, test, test, test. Okay. Levels are up to a certain degree. Oh, we have a workbench on the Amiga X5000. Let's see if we can play a little bit. Let me turn the projector on. I could have gone for a 4-camera shoot and had another camera to choose from, but yeah, it's just more work. Done a good job of paring things down. Comes from experience, he knows. It works pretty well. Okay, what are we gonna do? Oops, I needed all of that. System. Preps. What do we start with? Start with the interwebs. Okay, updating interwebs. Oh, audio was detected. Perfect. As it should have been.
Bill, am I taking audio off your,
Yeah, you know,
your board this
let's
time?
get it working. Let's get it working. Yeah. Let me know when you're set up and you got plugged in and I'll make it happen.
I'm plugged in.
You ready to go? System, perhaps. Maybe startup, add. So what I do on my Amiga is I have a separate partition for all of my utilities so that I can be installing new operating systems all the time. And have a lot of fun with that. I really wish we could get Directory Opus 5 working with Workbench Candy, because I love Directory Opus 5. So happy. But it doesn't support Workbench Candy, so I'm torn between the two possibilities. Yes, I love Workbench Candy. Yes, I love Directory Opus. It's one of those things that's just like, oh. Yes, sir.
What mic are you going to use?
Bob
Burns.
Yeah. Is he here?
He'll be right back.
Okay. I'll mic him as soon as he shows up.
So, you saw
Yeah.
the ColecoVision joystick?
I did.
And so you said, do you have any of the regular ones? I said, well, I have a loose regular Amiga joystick. I did not bring that one. He said, oh, it's like, again, some things you just, just only go. Yeah.
One. Test. Not on. Perfect. This might be the funky one. Hello, sir.
Howdy.
May I mic you?
Yes, you bet.
This works very simply. Touch the button, turns amber, it's muted. Touch the button, turns green, it's hot. Hold it down, I'll turn it off.
Okay.
So just
Where would you like?
just about like right here on your person. A little bit lower. Yeah, like in the Wii. And yeah, it's put in your beard.
Test 1, 2. Test. Test 1, 2.
Yeah, that's a good spot. We'll see how it
Test
goes.
1, 2.
So let's turn it on. So press it till it's
It
green.
must be muted.
Thank you. And
Am I muted? 3 muted?
3 is muted, yeah.
Okay.
Amber's muted.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Now you are not muted.
Okay. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Her Majesty.
Good morning. Welcome back to Amiwest. In a few minutes, we're going to have Bob Burns presenting about his experiences as an original Amiga team member. So come in and listen to Bob's presentation. We're right now balancing out his mic and getting ready for it. So come on in, have a seat, and listen to some good stories. Bob Burns. Bob Burns' presentation.
Prince has one of those.
What, this
How about
thing?
that?
The
Is that better?
recording thing?
Okay.
Isn't that what
Yeah.
that is?
Can't get it too much higher, or it's gonna scream. Okay. So Bob Burns is going to be presenting in just a few minutes. Please come in and take your seats and have a listen. Yeah.
Or not?
Yeah, you can hardly even hear you over there.
I know.
That's what I was trying to say.
No, I get it. I'm glad you did.
I don't see any indication that this is on.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Brian's muted. Go ahead and say stuff.
I'm going to say stuff? No? Her Majesty is a pretty... Hello? Yes? No? Yeah, well, okay.
So I think we need to move it to dead center about that same height. I'm just afraid of your beard
No
tickling it.
worries. It just...
But, I mean, when we go live, we'll be fine on the audio.
I can tell that... Nope, that didn't see... That's... Hello? Oh, that is a little better, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Okay.
turn up right.
Yep, got it. Okay.
It's fine.
You know what? We're only doing this because you're recording it, right?
The microphone?
No, the microphone.
It does help a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. So you don't have to, like, shout.
I can project if... oh, yeah, I shouldn't, right?
Well, you do what you do, and then we'll make sure
No,
it works on this side.
Okay.
That's kind of the way that works. 'Cause I just run back and forth. Oh. And you're starting in a few minutes, right?
Say again?
You're starting in a few minutes.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
It's a recycled paper thingy.
Did you ever work with a toaster, Bob?
I did not. No.
They're pretty cool.
What? Help me out here. What? Is this? Is that?
Recycled paper.
Is that why it has writing on it already?
Yeah. It's a company that apparently takes old recycled whatever, chops it up, makes a
Oh,
book out of it.
that's yeah, okay. So here's my fear. Okay, I thought when I put paper in the recycling that it got turned into mush. I had no idea. So I had no idea.
Beware.
I had no idea that there was a possibility someone would come along and make a book out of it without turning it into mush. So I will have to be signed up for the program to give it paper. I will. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was going to say. It's like, oh my God! I haven't been shredding everything.
I know. Need an industrial size shredder now.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing too. Account numbers.
Well, you know, they've gotten a lot better at just putting the last four on the statements themselves. It's hard to go get the account numbers off the statements because they expect it to be stolen, and I appreciate that.
They should expect it.
Yeah, yeah. So.
When do you leave, actually?
When I want.
Okay, you just got to check out at a certain time.
Oh.
Right? If
Yeah.
you're checking out today,
I'm gonna go check out right now.
When they need you, right?
There you go.
Because
Did
I've
you
already
see
taken
the
the
email?
spaghetti out. I forgot to check
This
out.
is that. I'm just sort of corrupting it with the stuff that I have, doing it full up.
Be careful, you don't want to...
Skip all. I'm only doing deltas.
Okay, the no replace?
No replace. It's still a bit scary.
No, I do the same thing.
Because there's a pretty significant delta.
N-bar is the thing that always scares the Jesus out of me.
Well, assist directory. Prefs, paths, all that kind of stuff. So in theory now,
Oh, okay, so now it's pre-release, is it?
yeah. That's what it said on the front page. Where's my M player? Do you remember where my M player
You
is?
bought DigiBooster. Do you use it?
I downloaded it. I don't know if I bought it. I don't. I started playing around with music recently to be like, huh. But I haven't actually tried it. I think that's the good one. I'm just trying to see if that Eric Schwartz animation plays all the way through on this version, and then I'll put it away because other people are going to do so. Because we got Bob going to be talking in a second. What else do I want to do here? I think that's all I need.
You want to do skip frames.
Do I?
Oh, you ready?
What am I doing? Am I standing?
I don't know what you're doing, Bob.
Okay.
Are you going to
I don't have anything to display.
Okay.
Are we going to have this on? Because if we are, I'm going to be off to the side of it. Because I don't want that in my face.
We can turn the projector off for yours.
So-
You don't need it, right?
I brought nothing.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm just messing around.
Brought nothing. Oh no, that's not true. Later on, I will thank the group for this.
The box of many mysteries.
Why didn't it play?
That's what. You nailed it.
I must have something wrong somewhere else. Or not.
Window.
It is a window. Curious.
You didn't accidentally copy the alternate version.
No. I expressly did not start AltVec. Strange. That is strange. You know what? Maybe
I
that'll
should
fix
look
it.
through your camera.
When in doubt.
Yeah, it detected the audio card, no problem.
Just figure out what my
Internet should come up.
my
no problem.
wandering radius is.
Oh, you know what else they don't have
I
out?
can
Is my
handle
signs. That's what I forgot to do. Is all my
Oh
signs.
no, we're good.
My user startup. If I copy that over, then
So,
it's
because I'm going to have to go back to the table to pick
what
up
70% of what I expect to have
things.
work.
I'll move them closer to the edge.
Because I have, it's a little challenging because a lot of things will hard code paths. You tell it to use syscolon because you really mean that your reference is the system drawer reference, not a particular one that happens to be the system this time. Like, I really want it to be sys. So. Oh, I said we're going to start you at 11:20, Bob.
Oh, okay. So what
So
time is?
you have 2 extra minutes.
What's? Thank you. I was wondering.
Do you need more?
I was wondering what that meant in terms of time, but
This thing frozen?
no, I'm fine.
I don't know.
It should have booted up by now.
Should have.
You're dead.
Yeah.
And that was 15 years ago. It's like, what?
Communities that just keep going on.
So just a few minutes and we'll get Bob started. I'm going to turn off the projector while I play with my 5000. It's my computer and I'll play if I want to. Hey,
Wait,
if
heading
I
back.
want to.
Tomorrow.
So I shouldn't sing.
Do you have family here?
Pretty much right now.
No.
I got it.
Oh, it's just wait.
I'm wired. I just need
that
to
good or
press this, move that, and press this, and now I can go hot on left over there.
Oh,
Okay,
God, yes.
everyone.
Oh.
Should I make a massive amount of feedback so everyone's ears bleed?
Country, it's amazing, and they're so excited.
Well, I mean, everyone's having so much fun. Like, you don't want to. I mean, this
Well,
is
if
fun
you moved to
too,
Palo
but that
Alto,
looks
I mean, that's
fun.
like
Hello, everyone. We Whoa, if I get closer, it starts good. We're going to start with Bob Burns' presentation. Bob was one of the original Amiga engineers out of California, helped build the system. I overheard a conversation between him and Steve that Bob's code is still running in Amiga OS 4 today. It looks like he's brought some artifacts for a little bit of a show and tell. So we're going to start that presentation right now. If you want to talk to Bob, come on into the main auditorium. Thank you. Okay, Bob, go.
The air conditioning's definitely working now. The air conditioning wasn't working earlier. But it's definitely working.
so I should have brought the long sleeve shirt to wear into this stuff. So, a couple points. One is, if you've heard Amiga presentations before, it's probably been by someone who has done Amiga presentations before. And to my knowledge, I have never done one. And so, I was watching this video last night, and there was a smooth and polished story about Mitchie helping to design the chipset, which is, of course, totally not true. I'm jumping in and out. Is that because my battery's dying, or?
Don't know. Are you getting any other?
It's a great story, and
From
you
this?
get that when you present a story again and again, and you find out what works and what doesn't. And so, we're going to have some things today here that don't work, and please bear with me on that. So I moved out to the Valley,
Robert?
Silicon Valley,
This board.
to work for Hewlett-Packard on their color graphics terminal.
Fuck it. It's not gonna
And
work.
one of the people that I worked with was Dale Luck, whose picture is shining right here, and then that's my shining picture right there. And we wrote an article about what we did in the Hewlett-Packard Journal, because that's what you did back in those days. Is Hewlett-Packard was an engineers company we were talking about, and great company to work for. Dale and I then went into different groups, but we both worked on this same color graphics terminal. I went to go work on the application side that had a painting program for it, and I wrote a tablet driver for it. And he stayed in another group and pretty much did a skunkworks Unix port to this thing, because what was it? It was a 68,000 processor-based thing that had the capability to run hard drives over IEEE, for whatever HPIB is. And so he brought up this Unix machine, and was showing it off to people, and it's like, wow, okay, we've got a color Sun 1 here, effectively. And of course, that goes up the management food chain as to what this guy's doing, and it comes back down. It's like, no, Hewlett-Packard's workstations are done in Greeley, Colorado. They're not done in Sunnyvale, California. Stop doing that, because you're showing us up, you know. And so he left. He went to go work for a startup company, and so that was in the summer of 1983. And I went on to work for they had a touch screen computer that was MS-DOS compatible, not IBM compatible. I'm just stalling. And I wrote a touchscreen calculator application on that. And I want you to remind me of that if I talk about Germany. I want you to remind me that I want to get back to this touchscreen 12C calculator on this bot. And I get a call from a headhunter, and he says, I've got this exciting opportunity to do graphics. And I said, this sounds familiar. What company is this? It's like, you haven't heard of it, it's Amiga. It's like, oh, yeah, I have friends. I know about Amiga. It's good. And so then I turn around and I call up Dale and I say, you didn't say you were hiring. And he says, well, you know, you leave a company, it used to be at least, appropriate in industry not to go turn around and headhunt all your friends back in. And I said, yeah, we are. So I went over, interviewed, saw the beginnings of the whiteboard. The whiteboard changed many times. I don't know if you saw the movie last night. There were several pictures of it. It got modified to be better and better, and finally it was, you know, we should save this. And so spray lacquer, it was no longer a whiteboard. It was now the thing to be saved for posterity's sake. So I saw that, saw what they're working on, and this looked like it was going to be fun. I joined the team. So Dale and I at Hewlett-Packard had kind of divvied up the responsibilities for the graphics subsystem on this thing that we were working on, and he did the line drawing, all the graphics intensive stuff, and I did the peripheral stuff, the text rendering, and the interface library for it that was exposed to people that were running mainframe applications that wanted to do these operations. And so we kind of naturally fell into that. You know, he'd already taken carved out the big graphics thing, and so I was kind of like his adjunct. And so we had that. We had this room that was, well, you've seen pictures of it. I don't know if you get a sense for how big it is. From about that light to that corner, crammed with desk. I had the desk over in the far corner. The door is here, and I'm unusual. I like light. And so there, hanging over my desk is a globe light with an incandescent bulb in it, okay? And that's the light in the room because everybody else likes dark, okay? And so they all liked working in the dark. I told you last night the story about Sam Dicker with the blanket over his head. You know, it's like, that wasn't just to keep the light out, that was to keep it. So in this room, we had Bob Perso, who sat at the door. He's here. And so he hired me, Bob Burns. He hired Bob Michael. All his family calls him Bob. He hired Bob Peck, a published author. If you look up Bob Peck for old manuals, you'll find him because he's an author of from the late 70s, early 80s. And to the other three Bobs, he said, what's your name? It's not Bob. Because I'm Bob. Right? Okay. And we've got a small room. And when somebody says Bob, we don't want everybody going, because that'd be half the room, literally. Okay. So in college, I went to high school in Anchorage, Alaska. And so college, everybody that's in the basement of the computer theater gets a nickname. And so you don't choose your own nickname. And I had been given the nickname Kodiak. And at the time, I was, and I apologize, okay, I was skinnier than you and had the facial hair that you have. Okay, and I'm pointing to a guy who looks tall and skinny, but no facial hair. And so I was given the name Kodiak because I'd come from Alaska, even though I've never been to Kodiak. And I have to tell you, names can define you because I have grown into the role. Okay, yeah, don't you think now I look a little bit more like a Kodiak? So actually, I had the beard. It just wasn't. It wasn't. Yeah, but this is, yeah. No, I did have the beard. Okay, I lied about that. But I was tall and skinny. Believe me once. Okay. So now we're rolling. We've got this room full of people. We're all working on this computer. I joined in October, I think it is, of '83. We're getting ready for the CES show with the grand chip stack. And yes, it's an intense situation. But small room, everybody working together. The way Carl had laid out the executive to where is the source code all openly available now? So if you look at the source code, you see that the different, the signals and then the messages are laid on top of this. It's just, everything is all layered together so that it's all just, he implemented an interesting stack in assembler language. Now, why did we write in assembler language? Well, in 1983, if you took C code to do simple operations and gave it to a compiler, you'd go, okay, well, I'm doing this, and so it should take 3 instructions, and it would take 8. And not only would it take 8, but it would store and recall from memory capriciously in the middle of those 8. It's like, really? We just could not get the speed and size that we needed to fit into 128 kilobytes of memory, because that's our original target, okay, is to get this all to run in 128K. Why assembler? I have some notes. I'm going to do consciousness. I'll go over the notes. Did you remember when? Okay, I'm going to refer to the movie that we saw last night, but not everybody saw it. And one of the points somebody made is that the Atari ST worked at 8 megahertz on the 68000 and Commodore ran at 7 point something, okay? And what that 7 point something is an even division of the frequency clock that you need in order to do the NTSC sweeping. And in fact, if you have a PAL Amiga, it works at a slightly different rate because it's got a different multiplier and divider in there. And so it's true that, that we weren't running at the full 8 megahertz of the processor. And so actually, I'm going to jump ahead to when Commodore acquired us. Here's here's what Commodore didn't know how to do. They went to Motorola and said, we need these to be cheaper. Okay, we need our Motorola 68000 chips to be cheaper. And they said, I'm sorry, we can't do that because we have contracts with everybody that says that everybody that gets this 8 megahertz processor gets it for the same low price that everybody else gets. And we said, well, we don't need an 8 megahertz. We only need a 7 point something. It's like, oh, well, that's different. Okay, now we can cut you a deal where you can get those for cheaper. So, so that came out. So I'm going to so if you look at my business cards, and here's one of my later business cards. I have an earlier business card that doesn't say Kodiak on it because we hadn't realized the extent to which Kodiak was going to be a name from Amiga Computer. And I have plenty of these if you want some later. And so it says manager of text and imaging systems. And everybody on the software team was a manager. Okay? And so some people express their managerness in a creative way, like something wizard something. And I don't remember all the people that had that kind of title. But I was a manager of text and imaging systems, which means, as I said before, that Dale and I divvied up the graphics responsibilities. I did the text rendering on it. And I was also the imaging system manager, which means I wrote the printer drivers. And so, to my knowledge, this is the first printout of an Amiga computer. I'll pass it around. I remember we put in a custom font just to get this word Amiga, which is kind of all done in Amiga script-like thing, and it talks about what the wonderful Amiga is. So I saved it. And that was done on an inkjet printer, which was hecka expensive, and really wasn't the market for what we were shooting for, which is a computer for Dale's mom. Okay? So this was our touchstone. Our touchstone was, we're going to do this. Okay, but will Dale's mom understand this? Okay? And if the answer was no, this isn't right for Dale's mom, then it wasn't right for what we were trying to do, which was to get computing down in price and available and useful for everybody. So the driver that I did work on, and I'm going to be wasteful here, I have saved 5 of these for decades for no good reason. I'll tell you the reason. I'll tell you the reason I saved them is because I had them in black and white and in color, and I only saved the color ones. And the reason I only saved the color ones is because they're the most interesting ones. And I'm going to take out the. And so here's this printer, and it's a thermal printer, and this is why it's fun. Okay. So it's got strips of yellow, magenta, and cyan, and a little black registration mark here. And so this ribbon goes through the printer, okay, and prints out 3 passes, okay, yellow, magenta, cyan, and then runs ahead until it finds this black registration mark again, so that it can go, okay, now I'm ready for the next one, and it prints it. And so this is one of those things where if you had this ribbon, then you could see what people printed because it's the inverse of it is on this ribbon. So the reason I saved this is because that's a fun ribbon, and so have fun with it. Take a section, pull out more if you want. It's just I have 3 or 4 more of those, and so I can do this like every decade for the rest of my life, right? So I'm due for another to send this out again. So let's see, where am I going? That's going to be the why I'm here thing. We'll do that towards the end. We've done this. So we get to CES, and honestly, I look at those pictures of CES going, I've been there, I know I've been there, but honestly, I don't remember anything other than what the inside of the booth looks like, and so it's like, I'm not really even sure that I've been there. But I'm pretty sure I was there because I think I was upset because the next year I didn't get to go to CES. And that was the year, so this would have been 1984, and my recollection of New Year's Eve, 1984, okay, is how do you celebrate New Year's Eve? You celebrate it with a toast, right? And so we had some orange juice in the refrigerator, and Bruce Artwick and I toasted each other Happy New Year because he was hanging around trying to get the flight simulator to work, and I was there doing whatever it is that I was doing there. And that's the kind of work environment it was. So my eldest was born in May of 1985, and my wife knew to come visit me at the office, okay? And sometimes she would bring, after Sarah was born, you know, she'd bring the baby. It's like, here's Dad, you know, it's like. All right. So Microsoft, excuse me, so Commodore went through some transitions. The picture that you see, that you've seen snapshots, close-ups and stuff like that. This is outside the Lark Avenue office, which is in Los Gatos, which is, this was the fancy digs. This wasn't the room that I was talking about before. The room that I was talking about before was a tilt-up office complex for a bunch of different companies that didn't have enough money. You rent a space. That's the one with the metal door, small room. And it was pre-Commodore, okay? So what did we do with Commodore money? We got ourselves some nicer digs. Let me take a step back. So to the collapse of the video game industry. So this is going to be disjoint, not practice. So here we were at CES with really the game machine that wouldn't become popular for another decade. I mean, when did the 16-bit machines come out? The standard game machines. It was years later that the game machine went, oh, the game industry kind of picked back up again. We just hit the wrong time to show up. And so we had a bit of an existential crisis because we knew that we were not selling to investors the idea that you can invest money in a sinking business. And so what are we going to do with it? Because we knew we had something special. I don't know when this is from. We talked to educational company. That's probably later than that. We talked to educational company. You know, it's like, oh, we can be the education computer. We turned ourselves around into, okay, so now we have to be a personal computer. And you remember how I came in as kind of the junior graphics guy to Dale? There's one other guy that's the junior guy, and that is we had some people come in from Williams Electronics. Sam Dicker came first, and then RJ came after that. And so RJ was kind of the junior game library interface guy. And so when we realized that we had to do the desktop, there were two people that were kind of available to then lead that. Oh, and I'm supposed to go check out and make sure that the spaghetti is no longer in the refrigerator, and it's not anymore. It's in the big refrigerator, so we're good. And so RJ and I see this opportunity to be, it's like a piece. I can carve out a piece that's like, everybody can go, oh, he's that guy. And so we had a little bit of a, so I have the experience with writing the interface for this color graphics terminal that applications use this interface to talk. So this is what I bring to the party. And RJ, and he was more enthusiastic. Can you believe it? And so he became the father of intuition there. But really, you know, I could have been the father. But water under the bridge. So we had these different tasks that we did, and Commodore gave us an infusion of capital that made it so that we went from a company that, you've heard about the $500,000 that we owed to Atari. My understanding is that we owed people in general $6 million. I don't know how you do that. And I don't know if that number is right. And so please, if you're on this and you're fact checking me, bob@bokabu.net, BOKABU, you can tell me that it's wrong. Yes, and the stories about why we're getting paid are true. Because Dave Morse personally paid our second to the paycheck just prior to the penultimate one before we were acquired by Commodore. And Jay Miner mortgaged his house to pay for the last one. And again, this isn't something you find out until later. Now, did you see on the video how RJ said, so I kind of, unlike other people, I knew some secrets as to what was going on. And so that ties in with the office romance probably, which was a not well kept secret that we can get back to, and so sometimes you have information that other people don't have. So when I get back to the office romance, remind me about bringing my daughter in too. So give me a second. And so Commodore buys us, and the president of Commodore comes to visit us, and to see what it is that he is. Did I just miss it? No, okay. To see what it is that he's purchased, and so he's walking through this room that I'm telling you about that has, you know, and looking at the breadboards that you've seen, the picture of the breadboards on the workbench. This is this wall here, okay? There's a row of desks in the middle at some point, and then there's a row of desks at the far end, and then my desk at the end. He comes in, he's looking over the place, and Carl Sassenrath says, so I heard you just had a bunch of layoffs, okay? What's that about? And the president says, oh, you don't need to worry about them. They're not exempt. And so we got a sense right off the bat about the difference in the culture of the attitude of the executives of the company towards their employees from the one that we had been at, where Dave Morse was the saint that you've heard him described as. And Jay Miner was the rock that, I can talk about Jay Miner later, because he's the one that eventually laid me off, and he did a great job at that, which is kind of weird to say. And then to Commodore, where it's like, don't worry about them, they're non-exempt employees. It's like, and of course we're young. It's like, you mean like hourly? It's like, yeah. They were just like factory. It's like, okay. So then we get this money, and what do? We move into nicer digs, okay? And so now the software guys have offices, shared offices, but offices. And I will tell you that for a startup company, I really do think offices are dead. I shared an office with Carl Sassenrath. Again, I can't say enough good about what Carl Sassenrath brought just to the foundation of the Amiga in terms of the layout of the executive. That it just, yeah. And the offices next to me were, golly, see, there was some shuffling that went on. And so my brain isn't clear as to who sits in what office. And one of the reasons there's some shuffling that goes on is because, you know, I'm the manager of this and I'm the manager of that. Well, it turns out there started to be some conflicts. And if you were here yesterday and you heard me talk about in this room, in this bullpen on Scott Avenue, if we had conflicts, the resolution was to bring out the kendo foam bats, okay, with the padded handles. And you didn't actually have to use them. It was like Bob Pariseau said, okay, it's for the bats, you know. And that was enough. That was to say, okay, you guys are being ridiculous. Just come up with a decision that works for both, you know, and let's move on. And that was his clue that, you know, it's time to stop arguing about this. And, that's another thing. I've lost track of Bob Pariseau. I don't know anybody that knows where Bob Pariseau is. I know that after Amiga, at one point he was at Farallon, and then off the face. And you know, everybody talks about it, all the contributions people make, and he doesn't get credit. And the reason he doesn't get credit is because he wasn't a in-your-face manager. He kind of said, "This is what we need to do. Go do it." He was very liberating in that sense. But when he needed to mention the foam bats, he did it. So I think he deserves credit for some of this too that he doesn't get because we don't know where he is. So we move from that environment to the office environment, and now there's the foam bats don't come out right away, and so things fester a little bit. So there are some parts about this trajectory that weren't as pretty as you might imagine. But guess what? Has anybody here been employed? That's life. That's just the way it is. So I'm running out of things to say. I've mentioned the New Year's toast. The Amiga launch. Oh my goodness. So if you've ever been on a party plane, then you know what I'm talking about. But I bet you haven't. You've been on a party boat, you've rented a boat, okay? You and a lot of your friends go on a boat, you go someplace, and you have a trip, and you get up, and it's like you had a great time. Okay, if you've seen pictures of this, of a couple people, okay, we had the first 3 or 4 rows of the coach section of this flight to New York with us and our families. And so, and the seatbelt sight wasn't aligned, it wasn't lit the whole time, right? And so you get up and move around, and what do you do when you get up and move around when you're in an airplane? You go down the aisle, and then you come back to your seat, and you sit down. It's like, no, you go talk to your buddies. Oh, it was a great flight. And so we get to New York, and we tell all our coworkers from the Commodore side, the Pennsylvania side of the aisle about this great experience we had on the plane. And they say, you know about the no more than 3 people in the same plane at the same time policy, right? It's like, the what? Yeah, well, so it's a business thing where you can't risk more than 3 people on the flight. It's like, yeah, well, we've all got our reservations back, so we're doing it again. And so the launch was an amazing thing. I brought my family. So it was. So by now I have Sam Dicker had a kid before I did, Jackie and Sam. But so in the same way that I didn't have the actual baby. So Carla had the baby, and so we've got 2 babies, and dressed. The women dressed to the nines, and us dressed up in our rented. It's just. It was a fun time. Tavern on the Green is gone. I would not have been to Tavern on the Green were it not for the Amiga launch, because I got to go to the Tavern on the Green and pretty much stay about, really, honestly, about this to the back wall is as close as I got to Andy Warhol, because he had an entourage that he brought with him that I did not recognize. And it seemed like, they're just here because they have to be here. They're not really interested in meeting us. So it's just like, okay, leave that well enough alone. The launch was great. Came back, but that was just the launch. I mean, that's 1.0 kind of numbers. So okay, I have to apologize. When I said that the crashing of the 5,000 was like, took me back, so at some point in here, Carl Sassenlath gets expresses his frustration with Commodore management and what they did to the company in terms of not doing anything. It's just like, you know, and leaves. Okay, and so now I get Stan Shepard to share an office with, because Stan Shepard was across the hall with Rob Peck. Bless him. Rob is no longer with us. Because, and Rob, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but when you're on the phone with your wife, and all of a sudden your voice went up into this register, oh, sweetie, it's like, oh, God. And yeah, he had a beautiful wife, a loving wife, and it's just, but really, do you have to go there? And so that was a little bit grating. And so Stan, when he had the opportunity to leave that office and come sit, ostensibly because I had an outside office, we had the window ones, and he was on the inside. And so really, he was moving to a nicer office in that sense. But Stan was in charge of QA. And by that, you've all worked, I'm sorry, I don't want to presume your background. I worked in software I'm a second generation programmer. My son is the third generation. And so I've seen how different companies do quality. When I say he was in charge of QA, that was mostly managing the bug reports that we got from the developers that we foisted off our releases onto. Okay, our internal QA department was, well, let's see if it works. And yeah, it worked. Okay, let's send it to our developers and see if they can tell us anything more about it. It was not a modern QA department. And so I apologize for anybody that has an early amount of crashes. And yeah. I had hoped to bring with me my microanalyst state analyzer, which we use to find a lot of bugs by, I did bring the Amiga 500 that has the keyboard taken off so that you can get to the chip, the processor. We put the keyboard in have you seen it? In a 2000 thing, and drilled holes for the LEDs. And so that way we can put this thing, and literally the best way to find bugs in the early days was to slap that thing on and say, so, you see any access to 0? And it's like, yep, there's one right there. It's like, okay, who did that? Because nobody is ever supposed to read 0 in memory. And if you are, that means that you forgot to check the result, and then you went to go assign it as itself. So we found a lot of bugs, but boy, we didn't find them all. And so I mentioned this again last night. I apologize for those that are repeating. And so at one point, it got so bad that developers went, yeah, I'm not going to use this. It's like, okay, so it's beta quality. Now will you use it? It's like, okay, it doesn't seem to be beta quality. And then we'd stop getting bug reports. And it's like, okay, well, this is the gamma release. Okay, that's the one after beta. And so we're really serious now. Don't let us ship this unless it, and so we get some more bugs in, and the bugs would trickle down. And it's like, and then there'd be this bug that's like, really? How did this slip past all of it? Really? Nobody's really been, okay, this is the Omega release, okay? Okay, we're going straight to the end of the Greek alphabet, and we did not ship Omega 1. Okay, Omega went through a couple of sites, and I don't remember which of the releases this was for. Time passes. My mother and father, stepfather, were working in London at the time. And the reason they were working in London is because he'd been given an offer to be the chief geophysicist for the company he worked for and in the London office. And so he came home one day and he said, so I've been offered the job of chief geophysicist. Would you like to go to London? And it's like, well, do I have to decide now? And he said, no, tomorrow's fine. And so they went, and they had. I'm really grateful that they went. And I had a similar situation happen to me, which was they said, you know, Commodore is doing this project in Germany, and they need some help from us to do it. Would you be willing to do that? And I took German in high school, which for me is through 1975, and so this is 1986. And I go, yeah, but I have a baby. So my baby was now 9 months old, and so I go home, and my wife knows this story about the England thing, and so I said, you know that story? So it's pretty much the same thing. It's like, except I kind of need to know now whether we can go to, but I've always wanted to go. And I can do the math. I can do the math here. Let's see. I was born in May. We left on May. So in February of 1986, 3 or 4 of us went over to Braunschweig, and then came back and went again. We went. I'm getting my timelines mixed up, but so I apologize for that. There's a couple. Anyway, so I end up in Braunschweig, which in English is called Brunswick, with my wife and I and my daughter Sarah, who is 9 months old, and RJ and Karen, which is kind of interesting because Karen is not a developer. And so, okay, that's okay. And RJ, at that point, I think he was there. He may have been there on contract. He may have already left the company at that point too. So I'm not sure if he was still an employee when he went. And so, Germany sidecar project. Remember when I said remind me earlier about this thing that I did for HP where I took an HP 12C calculator and I put it onto their touchscreen computer? The interesting thing about that project is that HP's mechanism for selling stuff at the time, and remember this is an engineer's company, was to take the cost of goods of your product, multiply it by about pi, and that was the selling cost. And so it's like, oh man, I don't know if you guys are familiar with margins, but oh my, you know, an over 3x margin, it's like, you just don't do that anymore. Okay. So the difficulty with that is that then I had a $100 boxed piece of software that would emulate the 12C calculator on your touchscreen computer, but you could go buy a 12C and put it in your pocket for the same price. It just made no sense whatsoever. It's like, who would buy this when you can get the real thing for the same price? And that's the personal sensibility that I brought to the sidecar project, which is you guys want PC compatibility, and so you're literally going to slap a 286 PC onto the side of the Amiga so that they can communicate with each other and share a display, but it's not going to be cheaper than a so what? Why is so? But at this point, you know, at this point, we had enough experience with Commodore, and I apologize for saying this, to be resigned to the fact that some of the things that we're doing weren't going to be making sense. So I go to Germany. I work with interesting people. We try and set. So we have a room that's a little bit smaller, that has at some point 3 people in it, because I forget who the third one, I can't remember whether it was Bart, Barry Whitebook, or so we had people coming in and out, but RJ and I were the longer, the ones that were for the longest period of time. And we tried to set it up as the no smoking zone, because we're from California. Okay, this is 1986, and our boss in Germany is a smoker. So you know. Anyway, we'll pretend the door to the room is here. In my mind, it was the other way around.
So he's
Standing at the door.
with his cigarettes, and we're saying, we set this up as a no smoking zone. He says, what, this? This doesn't bother you. And I'm going, okay.
His English up until now has been really good. Yeah, and so it's like, does he understand what he's saying? So Germany and culture clash. I told the story last night about we have these lunchtime. They've got a cafeteria, but the cafeteria is essentially they get delivered TV dinners on a rolling cart that the woman at bless her, she didn't have any English. And I had 10 years ago I had 3 years of high school German, which meant that oh my goodness, it meant that. When I was looking at what I wanted the next week, I went, oh, that sounds familiar. Labor, something. Liver, oh, yeah. And then you've heard me say this last night. And it's like, and so the second time I did it, I felt really stupid. But fortunately, one of the other guys said, oh, would you like the goulash instead? And it's like, yeah, sure. I'll happily trade with you. Germany is an interesting place. So remember, this is before reunification. And so I don't know how many history buffs you have out there, but I asked my coworkers who were all fresh out of school from the local polytechnic. They had grown up in the town. They had literally, and Commodore in Germany is a big deal because Commodore is the shirt sponsor for the Bayern München soccer team, which is a big deal, okay? And you remember I said Bayern München, which is the Munich, München, whatever? Well, so my coworkers, they're talking to me in English, and they keep talking about Brunswick. And so where's that? Well, that's Braunschweig. It's like, what? It's because the English name for it. It's like, oh, okay. I had some interesting experiences with my 10-year-old German with these folks. So, you have cognates in your head for different words. And suchen is to see. And there's some prefixes you can put on the front of it, and it changes the meaning of the word. And so I'm talking to them in German, and I invite them to come try my wife. And so to versuchen, which is try, and they kind of gave me this look, and I'm playing it back in my head. Besuchen, visit. So it's fun with German. German customs. So we're invited to a party, a company party, okay? It's going to be at the same hotel that we're staying at. We're staying in the apartments, and it's at 8 o'clock. And so RJ and Karen and Carla and I, and we get dinner, and we go to the party. And it's a formal sit-down dinner. And it's like, what? Why didn't you tell us that dinner was included? And it's like, it was at 8 o'clock. Of course dinner was included. And we're going, okay, another culture clash. Right? So, and then, we're sitting there with the baby, and it's like, RJ visited my home with Carla early enough in Sarah's arrival that Carla's folks were still there. They came, when babies showed up, they came to help us out. So they were still there. So this is like when the baby is incredibly young. And RJ is a baby fan. It's like you could tell that, and so afterwards, and my mother-in-law, father-in-law, I forget, was just like, does he have kids? It's like, no, he's not even married, you know? And so the reason that RJ and Karen got together is because, well, they were made for each other. And boy, they both wanted kids. And they did such a great job of it. And so I don't know if you've met any of their kids. It's like, yeah, they did a good job. But I had some of the earliest glimpses of, oh my God, this guy is baby crazy, and with mine. So that's my RJ story. Germany. So I'm in Germany. My daughter has an East German passport stamp because Carla and Karen and Sarah go to the Berlin Zoo, and so that means getting on the train with unfriendly train attendants that Frau und Kind, which is mother and child. It's like, you're supposed to go here, you're supposed to go here. It's like, okay. So I get out of Germany I'm in Berlin. So on the way out, I visit Berlin and then Frankfurt and then leave town. And so in Berlin, it's like right before May Day, 1986, and on the East German side, this isn't a Commodore story. Should I continue anyway?
Please.
Okay, on the East German side, they're putting up these banners for May Day, okay? Because, you know, this is on the other side of the Brandenburg Gate. There's this big something Strasse, and they're putting up all the banners because they're going to have a big parade. And we're visiting, and we take both East and West German bus tours. And on the West German tour, the woman points to the sign that says Innenstadt, which means downtown. And she says that sign points to downtown. But if you make that turn and go downtown, you actually can't get there because there's a wall in the way, but we leave that up to remind ourselves of the hope that someday we will be reunited. And okay, so I grew up in the 1960s doing duck and cover drills where the first Friday of every month at noon, the air raid sirens go off and you get under your desk and tuck your head over your hand so that they can identify that smudge is Bob and that smudge, you know, yeah. Because really, what difference does it make? It's just to line you all up. And okay, and so this is yeah. So and I remember very distinctly thinking to myself, you poor deluded woman, get over it. It will never happen. And this is 1986, and I'm sure everybody in the world was surprised, but I had recent memory of how surprised I was when the wall went down. So there was one time in Germany where it's like, Bob, you have to come back. We're about ready to release 1.4, I think it was, and you need to come back and do something with the release. And I forget why. And I said, no, I don't. And so, yes, you do. No, you don't. It's like I got my family. So fortunately, my folks were in England. And so I said, tell you what, Carl and Sarah go to England for a week. They come back. I go to California because changing time zones with a baby, oh, man, it dooms you for. When we first arrived in Germany, Carla was sick and the baby was crying. It's just, it's bad. So we did that. And I went to California for a week, did roughly nothing with, I'm in the office with Stan, who's the QA guy, and it's like, what can I do to help out? It's like, I don't know. Came back, and then the term was over, and then I go back to California. I can't, I've got too much stuff. I leave a box to be shipped. And while I was in Germany, and honestly, when I was thinking about this story last night, I was thinking whether there was a correlation between this story and the "you have to come back" story. Henry Rubin, is that right? Does anybody know? South African director, at one point engineering director of Commodore. So he comes to Germany to visit Germany, and he's going to have a meeting, and a company meeting, okay? And I don't get an invite. No problem, I don't. And so I say, oh, so when is it? And it's like, oh, no, you don't need to come. It's like, no, I'd be interested to see. Oh, but it's going to be German. And it's like, it's okay. I speak some. No, you're doing this. It's like, boy, they really don't want me to go to this meeting. I mean, really, it's like, it's just this weird vibe. Why do they not want me to go to this meeting? And so here's why. So I get back to the United States, and on Monday, I am awake enough to go into the office just in the afternoon, and I'm coming into the office, and my friend, Dale Luck, that I've been working with since 1979, so this is 7 years I've been working with him, is leaving the building, and he is not well. And it's just like something is wrong, and I don't know what it is, but he's not a happy guy, and he's not in that state. He's so yeah. So this is, and I can't remember whether he told me what the deal was or not. I just can't remember. But what the deal was is that on Tuesday when I went into the office, it was the layoffs. And God bless him. So at this point, Rich, I forget his name, the director of Amiwest had been kicked out. Jay Miner was the manager. And he's not, that's not his role of choice. He's the father of the Amiga. He's not the taskmaster. He's just, and bless it. When Commodore said, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to lay off a third of the people now. You're going to lay a third of the people off when you finally get that release out the door, and then get cracking on that first list. He said, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. And so I'm not going to tell these people, the number 2 people, oh yeah, you were spared, okay? And so he let us all know. And then he brought us, those of us who were on the second list, okay, again, he wasn't a manager type. He probably wasn't versed in California labor law. He turned around and hired us all back as independent contractors for, I think, our base salary plus the 7% that the company usually pays for the Social Security. It was just, which started my 13 years of consulting. I did after this, I did 13 years of consulting. That was the lowest paying job I ever took as a consultant. But it was right there. It's like, you're right here. Say again? So here's who they were. The people that Jay Miner did not realize were the third that Commodore wasn't telling him about. Okay, and so if you've seen, so they're the people that closed down the Amiga West Coast. Some hardware people, some software people. I'm trying to remember what. It's either Dusty or Dutch, and I forget which. I think it's Dusty, which I believe is short for Siegfried, because the other one is short for Robert. Because it turns out, after the 4 Bobs, we hired a Bob who became Robert, and another Bob who was, I think, Dutch. but I'm not. I forget. So at one point there were even more Bobs, but the rule still held. You couldn't keep the name Bob if you so. Even though we had these independent offices now, it's like nope. That's. So Jay, essentially, he's too nice a guy to lie to people. And so he brought me to the office. He said, it's between you and this guy. And I know that you can go back to Germany. They'd be glad to have you continue your work on the sidecar. Which now, things have this like, now it becomes evident why it's like, oh yeah, sure, we'll take the box, we'll ship it for you. And then they didn't ship it. And it's like, because they thought it was coming back. And so I had the kid situation. This was going to be going back to Germany for a longer period of time without the kid, and the calculation there was not that I was going to be able to do that comfortably for the same amount of money that RJ was getting from them, and I knew how much he was getting from them. And so I half again as muched it, and I told them that number, and they said, that's more than the president makes. And I said, is that a no? because in your life you do calculations as to what things mean to you, and yes, I can be bought for periods of time as long as and so it turns out it was a no, and they did ship this stuff back to me. They said, well, do you really need this stuff? And I said, look, my grandmother knit me that sweater that's in that box. It's like the book that you gave to me as a parting gift, a nice book of Braunschweig, is in that box. And so they shipped it to me. They did send it to me. So that began the 13 years of consulting that I did, much of which was for Commodore. And so I got to go to Frankfurt and Paris developers conferences on Commodore's nickel because they laid us off, but they didn't have anybody to replace us. It became clear what the meeting was in Germany was about. That was them being told, we're going to shut down that expensive West Coast Amiga operation, the Ranger that we're working on, which was an Amiga 1000 with expansion slots that didn't look like a PC. Okay, if you look at the 2000, which is what they got, they essentially took boxes that they already had and laid out stuff to fit in it and ship it. No, Zero cards were going to be uniquely, I like the Amiga 1000 with the keyboard tray thing, and you put them. It's just and we ended up with the expansion connector for the Amiga 1000 going out the side instead of the top. If you saw last night the pictures of what the Amiga was going to be, and you saw these things stacked up, because at one point the connector, the expansion was going to go out the top. Think about the coffee. Okay, so anyway, so it went out the side. And the other thing is that out the side, it's just an extension, and so cost reduction. And so this was a fruitful relationship. Carl Sassenrath was getting anxious to work on his baby. If you've had him to come and talk to about Rebol, and so he was shedding his contractual obligations that he'd picked up when he left Amiga, and so I picked up the microbotics SCSI work, and they also had some other peripherals that I did work for them. Glenn Keller, who's in the video, he had some contacts from Scotland from the time that he'd worked in the wave tank in Scotland that called Deep Ocean Technologies, and they were making an underwater submersible that was going to be umbilicaled to an Amiga to do the gen-locked video with a heads-up display, and they needed somebody to essentially take the software and put it onto flash cards and get it to, so I worked on that. That was one of my shortest contracts, but also kind of fun. So I got a chance to keep my hand in, and then every once in a while, Commodore would say, and so they closed down the Lark Avenue office. Was it Lark? No, University Avenue office. It'll tell me on this what it was. University Avenue office, okay, which is the one in Los Gatos, and instead, what they had on Lark Avenue, which was like a block away, was this guy whose name I always forget, but which I have written down here. It says Han. I can't remember whether it was Han or Hans. Anyway, so Commodore had acquired Moss Technologies, a fab house, great move. And this house had chips to sell that were in excess of what were used for Commodore products. And so there was this rep for Commodore on the West Coast that sold chips. And he had this office that was way too big for him. Two main office things, a reception area, and then this just cavernous area in the back for nothing. And so Bart Whitebook, Jim McRaz, me, Dale? I don't think Dale. No, Dale went off to do other things. But people would cycle through here doing contract work for Commodore. There is a Santa Clara office. Santa Clara office is the bullpen, okay? That's on Scott Boulevard. So that's the to my knowledge, that's the first office. That's the one with the sliding door with the foam bat on it. That's the everybody in the bullpen. We were just there was one main wall that kind of separated engineering from non-engineering, and in the non-engineering side was the woman who could type faster than anybody that I had ever seen type before, and then hit the return. And so she's the one. So one of the things I did was I was responsible for, okay, we have a keyboard. What are we actually going to put on the label of each key? And that's a decision to make in those days. It wasn't like, well, of course you're going to use an IBM key. You made decisions. And so I worked with her to be, okay, try this keyboard, where can we put the return key, especially with an eye towards, the reason we have this big fat return key is because on European keyboards, one of those goes away, a piece of it goes away, and gets added on to add in the additions for Europeans that aren't accents, because the accents are taken care of by the non-spacing accent keys. So I'm actually happy with the. So I made sure we used the ISO Latin 1 character set. That wasn't the one that we were originally using, so that we could have the automatic. Yeah, okay, European. You bet. Western European. We're good. Because when we're looking at some of the early decisions, it's like, do we use this? Give me a moment. There's a French home communication system. Minitel, thank you. Are we going to use, like line draw characters like the Minitel has, so that we can put together these character-based displays? Like, no, we're we played around with the idea of, what are we going to put in something other than ASCII? I mean, we all know what ASCII is. I did use EBCDIC when I was in school, but we didn't consider that. Help me out. Where am I? Keyboards? Yeah, keyboard layouts. Did that. Oh, so thank you. And so I've got this. So I'm hanging out in this cavernous area, and I tell this story about the Loma Prieta earthquake, And I told it to the person that I tell it about, and he said, that wasn't me. And so I don't know who it was. I think if it wasn't Jim, it was maybe Bart. And so I'm in this building during an earthquake, and it's a 2-story concrete-sided tilt-up thing that, you know, if it decides to, you know, it's like, whoever it was, and I don't know who it was, you know, the earthquake starts, and they start running to the exit. And it's like, okay, that's not what I would do. And I'm starting to look under my desk, and it's kind of crowded full of crap. And I look under their desk, and it's all nice and good. It's like, I'll go under their desk. So I start to go under their desk, and they almost run me over running back, because what had happened is they were running towards the exit that was this hallway about this wide that was lined with bookshelves that had all the discrete components that we had brought with us from the Lark Avenue site in nice little drawers, resistors, capacitor, okay? And they had gone, hlunk, boom. And so that way was blocked. And so I ended up under the desk, and they ended up outside, and then that was the earthquake. And so we're sitting there looking at this pile of stuff and looking at how much we're getting paid as consultants for Commodore, which wasn't bad. And realized that, no, we would be doubling the loss of Commodore to pick this up and put it back into their proper things. It is now trash, because nobody here uses it. So it was painful, but to shovel all these components and throw them away. So at some point in here, Commodore decides that Hans he's retiring. I remember he had a bad knee. He loved to play beach volleyball in Santa Cruz. I think he was from Santa Cruz. And the note from him says, Kodiak, if you close this place, please let me purchase my old office furniture. Now, and the date of 1990, June of 1990. So it turns out I did close the place. And one of the things I did is I went, you know, those Herman Miller chairs that Bob Pariseau, who is, I don't know if you can tell from the pictures, he's a large man, and not just, I mean, I don't know if I looked up to him or not, but I did not look down on him. You have this sense as to how tall people are based on your own height, and he was a peer. And Carl Sassenrath, who at one point in his Amiga career worked from home lying on his stomach because his back was in such pain that he'd done something to it, and so he needed to really take care of his back. And me, because nothing fits me, we go to Herman Miller and we go chair shopping, and we pick out chairs for this is part of the move from Scott to Lark's, like, we're going to get ourselves some new furniture, you know, because we'd been, you know, the kind of excrement-like secondhand chairs that you have kind of lying around that you have in an office that's not well funded. That's what we've been working on with Scott. So we got these really nice chairs. So I bought my chair for $50. I don't remember what else I bought from Commodore, okay? But there were many things where I said so this, I mean, do you really want this back? And it's like, no. It's like, do you really want this? And it's like, okay. So I ended up with stuff to then put into an office that I leased for the continuation of my consulting career. And there's a couple parting comments I want to make. One is, here's the IEEE Spectrum 2001, March 2001, Amiga, the computer that would not die. And so this came out after I put my stuff from my personal office into my garage, okay? Boxed up, most of it boxed up, some of it loose. And I want to thank you, because these guys had this article only halfway through. Okay, but we're 15 years from this article, okay? And I had a box full of, let's face it, memorabilia that I was not using in my office, from my office, that was in my garage, that had not been touched for really, honestly, since I put it in there. And so I want to thank you for when I said to myself, I can't throw it out, what can I do with it? It's like, there's an Amiwest conference in October. I can take some time off of work, clean up, but that didn't work very well. I didn't get it. And I should have taken off one more day this last week to box it. So I ended up coming here with a van full of boxes of stuff that I didn't have to scrap for gold, or I didn't have to take to a special recycling center because it was a CRT and you can't just throw out CRTs anymore, okay? I could bring it to people who could appreciate it. And that means the world to me. And my wife would also like to thank you for the boxes that I'm going to be bringing home. Because this is space that she already has a use for. No, because my sister's family is coming to visit us over Christmas, and so we have to take all the stuff that's in the rest of the house and put it someplace so that we can set up the 2 portable beds, and so it's like. Actually, I'm hoping that I can convince her that that we want to get something like a teardrop trailer or something to where we can just hook it onto the car and take off and go places and like an emergency go bag, except for fun as opposed to earthquake, you know. So I think I've gone through all the things I had up here. Do we do questions? I can do questions.
Who was that CBM president that visited you in Amiga? Was it Marshall Teague?
Okay, so here's my question for you. Was Marshall Teague at one point a longshoreman?
I don't know.
This guy was. This guy essentially had come up from the docks. You know, he was he was not born and bred computer industry. He was so is there anybody before or after that you can think of? Yeah. So I don't know. Oh, so one person that I could I'm going to tell another story. So when we moved to Lark Avenue, part of the purchase was we also got the Commodore representative that came to our office to be the Commodore representative, Martin Shabilsky. And I say that name as if I know how to spell it, but the Shabilsky I think starts with a P. I'm not sure, and there's a lot more letters in it than I say, and I remember you just kind of glide over it and it works great. And you know, I'm still young in my career. This guy taught me something interesting, and it was we were arguing about whether or not a real-time clock goes into the A1000. And you know the answer to that because you know you're not clipping batteries out of the A1000. Okay? And you also know that you have to enter the time every time you turn it. It's just like, okay. So this was a big, okay. And this was after the time of foam bats because it was a hardware-software decision. And at one point, Martin just stepped in and he said, this is a decision, no clock. Okay? It saved us an amount of money that was, I believe, less than $1, but I'm not sure. It might have been more than $1, but it was, you know, it was not that. But we were worried about it. He's one of my touchstones for the value of a decision where, you know what, it really didn't matter so much whether or not the Amiga 1000 had a clock or not. What mattered is that we stopped trying to decide whether the Amiga 1000 had a clock or not and move on. And just the value of having somebody that had the imprimatur of, I get to make this decision, this is the decision, now move forward. And so later, I'm talking to my colleagues in Westchester. If I tried to name them, I would mess up and I would I would mess up. But again, great group of guys to work with. By the time my last company paid trip to Europe happened, which was in 1991, I had acquired enough frequent flyer miles, okay, going to Pennsylvania and back, to get a companion ticket for my wife to come with me to Paris. So that was nice. So, that was that was February of 1990. That's when that was. So these are good guys. If you've had a chance to talk to them or not, the Commodore folks were also appropriately cynical about the management that they worked under. Okay, as engineers have to be when they see what's going on, and yeah, a great group to work with. If I roll back, what am I going to pop the stack to? The decision making. Oh, and so what I found out talking to them is, he wasn't Commodore's guy. They hired him. They didn't know him either. Okay, I thought that it's like, okay, he's their guy. He's their representative, you know, and so he's, you know, he was from the West Coast. They hired him, and he had a duty report, but they knew him less well than we did. And so the mental picture of them that I had of him, which is that, oh, well, he knows what's, you know, the Commodore story. It's like, no, he didn't know any better than anybody else. But he did do some service with driving the cost down, because we were always concerned about cost. The thing at the beginning of the story about Dale's mom, oh, it broke our hearts every time we figured out how much this thing was going to cost, because it's like, oh, you know what? Yeah, she can't afford it. It's like, you know, once you break into 4 digits, it's like, oh man, that's just, and we tried everything we could. The removable front memory thing, it's like, you know, so that's an option. It's like it was really ever optional. But no, well, even so how much is the Bear 1000 without that? Yeah, and even that is twice what we had hoped to do in the beginning. But to be honest, we didn't expect to have to put the disk operating system on it right away. That's an interesting story. It's like, oh, so we're not a game machine. We're a personal computer. That means we really do need a disk operating system. And okay, we're under some schedule pressure, and that got pushed to the end to the point where it's like, you know what, we're going to have to go outside and acquire this with some help. And so you know that Amiga DOS is written in BCPL. Oh my goodness. And so pointers can be odd, because they're pointers to 32-bit memory, which means that they have to be shifted over by 2 before you can, and so just that whole Frankenstein interface. But for better or worse, we decided to go that way as opposed to spinning our own. In the end, which one would have been out there faster, water under the bridge, you know, that value of the decision. We made a decision, we ran with it. So, questions? Any questions from the home audience?
I guess, what was the biggest cost-cutting decision going up to the 1000? It wasn't that long. Was the memory?
So memory was expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
that was the problem with Steve's Mac. It started with 128K, and they couldn't do shit.
So, you know, I think that was just the biggest compromise. I mean, because of the volumes we were working with, we weren't big, right? And so, yeah, everything cost too much. And we'd hoped that it would come down. You know, the 500 proved that you could cost reduce it. Right? The designers of the Amiga 1000 weren't, cost reduction wasn't our expertise, okay? And once you have something and then you decide how you can kind of refactor it to then make it, that's the easier second step to make. And so hats off to the Westchester engineering team for coming up with ways to use technologies that you wouldn't have considered in 1982 and 83 to then get the cost down in later. The industry is changing like gangbusters back then too, and so yeah.
How about give us a sense of who was driving like the decision of who was taking over what project? It sounded like it was organic, like you chose them to make that.
So
Bob Parcel, kind of you said.
So actually,
So did he kind of?
no. I think what he did is he hired people to solve specific. So I wasn't there. I sometimes describe myself as the last of the first hires, because there was hire, and that last one was me. Okay, and so there's summer and then fall, and then it was a while. There was a big gap before the next person came into that room, and so I missed some of the early part. But I think I think it was he hired people to fill the roles that he's to address the building blocks that were on the whiteboard, and he got those people.
Did he come up with those blocks? That's what I'm trying to get. Who kind of decided those blocks? So was he an architect?
I don't know because I wasn't there for that. So that's the problem with being the last of the first is so if you see an old video of me and it says Bob Kodiak Burns, junk man, and that's because that's kind of how I describe myself. It's like, what big piece did you carve out for yourself, Bob? Well, it turns out people had carved out big pieces. The executive, the graphics, the sound. Intuition was kind of carved out later because it was, we were originally a game machine, and so RJ was originally working on the game interface. I'm going to forget somebody, and I apologize. But there's stuff there. The keyboard driver, the printer driver, the Dale and I doing the same thing that we'd done at HP with regards to how we divvied up graphics, and so in some ways I was kind of like running around filling in the gaps, which as I probably did the make file. I often, historically, I have done things like that at companies I've been with, and I don't remember that anything was different there. As an older adult who had kids who were diagnosed with afflictions that didn't exist in my day, I look back and I go, yeah, I probably had ADHD too. And so it's appropriate for somebody that it's like, do this, and if you get bored, do that, and if you get bored, do that. And so that's what I did.
How involved was Jay Miner, the course, their loan Bob, on kind of defining those areas? You know what I mean? Like, okay, so they came up with the original.
So Dave Morris really was the businessman. Okay, I did not see him insert himself into technical discussions. We had a business, Susie Chapstick, okay? Susie Chapwick, I forget what their name is. She did advertisements for Chapstick. She was a downhill ski person, and she did ads for us for the Joyboard, which was, this Zen-like device that didn't break when you stepped on it back when you first bought it, but boy, if you still have one, I'm sure the plastic is not gonna be making it for very long. And so we had this whole business of, look, we're a company in the game industry making these contacts with distributors, and so that's how to. The beauty about Jay Miner is that, oh my goodness, I don't know if you understand, laying out chips by hand, I mean, hand taping the masks for it's like, that's old school. Okay, that's really old school. And he had people that mentees. You know, he had younger people that were helping him out. Dave Needle in a video described an argument with Dale Luck about Bresnahan line drawing. But my recollection, because Dale and I talked about this before he then took it over to the hardware folks, because he and I had worked. So this algorithm on the HP thing had been implemented in 4-bit slice processors, and Dale was quite familiar with that. And so when he saw that, he went, "Wait a minute!" And so it's like, you know, so we talked about it, and I think he went straight to Jay, and so Dave Needle was talking about the not wanting to do it thing, but the respect I have for Jay is like, you know, here's this guy that really designed the whole thing. I mean, he brought it, and he went, "Oh, I can learn something new here." And he went, "Oh, yeah, oh," and so Needle describes it as a pulling teeth thing. My recollection of it is more like, wow, yeah, we could do that. And am I oblivious of the fact that there was a deadline? Yeah, maybe. And so, but Jay was very open to learning new things. Yeah, it's like, yeah. So that's.
Tell that story, and he says that because of deadlines and stuff, that they didn't really want to do it. So he went to lunch with Jay when Jay was going to kind of try and talk him out. And by the time they were done, Dale talked to Jay.
That sounds like an accurate, yeah, especially because it's first person as opposed to third person. Yeah, yeah. And that's my recollection too, is that, and you can imagine that Dale was ecstatic. I was like, you know, because it's not often that the software guy gets to change the chip design. Yeah, yeah, and doing it knowing that he made it a lot better. It's like now, instead of doing software line draw, I can just go, here, draw that. And so the demos where it's going, it's like, yeah, he can do that now. So, and then there's this, so then that gets to the flood fill. Because when you have lines crossing each other and you're doing flood fills, there's this thing that you have to do some special magic to make sure that the last pixel either does or doesn't get rendered correctly so that it doesn't bleed out. And so there's some voodoo associated with that Dale had some experience with our work at Hewlett-Packard. And it was not inaccurate to say that we were fearful of flood fill at the launch, because you know, you get that wrong. No, this one isn't a drawn image. This is a digitized image. So you don't know, you can't trust that there isn't going to be a hole, right? Because it's whatever the camera decided it was going to be. Yeah, and you've seen those go wrong. Okay, you just turned it over and erased it. Oh, we always did proportional fonts.
Right, I'm just
yeah, yeah, no.
Who was the guy?
I don't think that was an institutional. I don't think bloat for features was an institutional concern. Bloat for memory was an institutional concern, and so you know, what do you do? It's like, and over the course of my time at Commodore. You've heard the story about the date, right? So there's this, okay, you compile and it doesn't fit. What are you going to do? And the answer was, wait. We'll compile it tomorrow, because it was going from like, sept 30 to oct 1 in these headers of all these little things that got compiled in, okay? And that's how close we were, okay? And so after the date changed, we can now, it'll now fit, and we can get this release out, and then we can worry about trying to find the space. So yeah, there was refactoring that was done just for space reasons. And you're writing it as, a lot of it's in assembler, and you just look again and look again and look again. And just figure out how you can shave some space out. I don't remember any of the, in my head I go, I remember there used to be, I can do this, and I don't remember those stories because it's been 30 years, yeah.
If you think back to your older time, you weren't there very long, were you?
Well, so, no, and so here's to my dismay. Remember I said it was the last of the first? And so I can tell this story because it's been more than 7 years, and so the statute of limitations has expired, and so all the records have been shredded. But I was one of the only ones in that group that, when Commodore bought us, hadn't been there for a year. And the reason that was important is because the way they bought it was just this strange, the way we're supposed to structure it is as an installment sale, where the date of the transaction is the date when they bought us, and then later we would get some of our money on the installment plan. And I'm sitting here going, so you want me to pay taxes on income that I don't have yet? Screw that. La 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 la. And so when I got stock from Commodore, I said, this is when I got stock from Commodore. I'll price it at the rate of conversion, but I'll treat it as if I got it then, and I'll sell it for long-term capital gains as opposed to short. So, but yeah, and so I was young. I didn't know any better. I was like, okay. So note from the birth of the Amiga to Commodore shutting down the West Coast Amiga was actually 3 and something years. It just wasn't very long. But even though they shut us down, I saw a lot of familiar faces doing contract work for Commodore, in the time after that. So, yeah, he did, and in fact, in the way that he got me my first contract work with a third-party vendor, he probably was also helpful in getting me my last contract work for the CD-TV, because I did some work on the CD-TV, which is why there were some of those that got handed off yesterday. Yeah, it was hard for us because we really thought we'd done good, and we really wanted Commodore to succeed. And so, if they came back and said, "So, how about doing this?" Or, I think the CD-TV, Carl was an active proponent of that whole look. This is what you need to do, and gosh, I wish that had succeeded.
One last question. If you think back to 3 years, 3.5 years you've gone, what's your one outstanding?
So I probably shouldn't mention that we convinced Sam Dicker that you should never cook fish in the microwave. Because remember, we're in this small thing, okay, and right outside the door is the microwave, and oh my goodness, that's, I don't have a one highlight thing. That trip to Lincoln Center was pretty.
Amazing, to
pretty awesome. I had I can't remember when the Monterey Developers Conference was, but I didn't actually officially go to it. Because I was a young dad and yeah, so, but I kind of showed up at it so that I could show my new baby to the people that were at it. It was family. You know, sometimes in your careers, you work with people and they're good people, but they're not family. This was family.
You guys do the Lincoln show, you get this huge rollout, you've got this fantastic piece of machinery, and between then and when they're shipping
Yes?
the Amiga out, when 1000's going out the door,
Yeah.
maybe the 500's being worked on or whatever.
No, 500 is later, but go ahead.
You guys had this, compared to what was available, MS-DOS, Windows, whatever, 1.0 or 2, was maybe a little couple years later. But didn't you guys think that this was going to just take over everything?
By God,
It was
yes.
gonna wipe out?
There was a decade in my life from 1985 to 1995. Okay. When I would say, really? We're not successful and this is what we've got?
Yeah,
We're still running event loops?
Yeah.
And it's like, what the?
At what point did it become apparent to the team that Commodore wasn't going to get it done? That you guys weren't going to take over Apple and Microsoft. It wasn't going to happen where the Amiga was going to be the dominant. Because you started out as a game machine. Then Jay realized we have much more than
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And so I don't know that there's a particular time when you can say this is it, but I would think that the Amiga wake, where that last third, it's like, oh really? You don't even think you have something that you want to invest in here because we're not cheap enough. Because salaries in Silicon Valley are higher, they are, okay. But really, you're letting go of this group of, it's like, no. Now you're not serious. Now you're still thinking we've sold millions and millions and millions. There's a T-shirt that you could get in Westchester that said, Commodore sells more computers than anybody. And it was true, because they just sold them by the boatload. Unfortunately, that whatever it is that had let them be successful in doing that didn't translate over into a machine that, honestly, it wasn't until the second half of the 90s that I went, you know what? I admit it. The Amiga trajectory, it's been eclipsed. Okay, people are. I can't. So Windows 3.1 still didn't do it for me. Windows 95 is like, okay, now we're starting to get to where I can see why people might like this better than what I had 10 years ago. Okay, remember? Because if you remember, the resolution of the Amiga image on an A1000 is pretty bad. Okay, and so it wasn't until then that I went, okay, I guess we're getting eclipsed now. But God, it took a decade for that to happen. And it's like, oh man, if Ranger, which is the Amiga follow-on that was being developed in Los Gatos, could we have been successful? I don't know, but if we're going to race to the bottom on price and price of talent, No, earlier I said how much I respected you guys at Commodore, so you guys know I'm not talking about you. Yeah, they chopped the legs off from underneath what could have been a great platform. So, and I regret that. That's been a sadness, but not. You know, I've moved on. Oh my gosh! And so, once again, back to the empty box. I'm grateful that there are some people that still have that sense of, wow, that was fun, that was great, and they get together, and that, because, boy, in the 80s, we put way too much gold on the connectors, okay? They've gotten to where they shave that down to, you know, and so the stuff that I brought with me, that could probably be scrapped for a not small amount of money, okay? But I didn't have the heart to, that's why I was sitting in my garage. It's like, I can't get rid of this. I can't get rid of it. And so, again, bless you for the empty box. I'm in no hurry to drive home, so I'll be around.
I thought you were going to fill it with the next 5,000.
I have. So have you seen my 5,000? My 500. Have you seen my 500? I mentioned that earlier with the chopped off top so that we can get to the chip. Yeah. Okay, I mentioned that. And you're going to have to, if you have any feedback, because if I ever do one of these again, you should tell me which parts worked and which parts didn't. Thanks, I appreciate it.
I'm out of here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, see, you guys are great. You brought it back to me. This thing, I've got more of these. I only have one of these.
Hey, Bob, I'm going to mute you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, this is Bill again. Thanks to Bob Burns for doing a wonderful presentation, talking about his time as a Commodore Amigan. So we're actually going to grab some lunch here. After lunch, we're going to have an Alice. If I can spell. Lunchtime. Let me do a little bit of video editing here. Titling. Reload this graphics. Shoot. Sorry, guys. I'm going to pop it over to something else. Guys and gals. What time are we going to do this? Let's see. Okay. Video toaster to the rescue. I'm gonna go take a bio break. I'm gonna repoint the camera. Bob's the man. Here we go. Let's see. Preview says that's okay. We got the overlay with the schedule, 2 p.m. all times Pacific. Alice presentation's coming up. I'm going to go do something else. I'll probably be back on the stream at about 1:30. So maybe just like a 25-minute break. Maybe I can grab someone and we can talk about something. Do another episode of Between Two Amigas. I don't know what's going on. I apologize. Yeah, it should be working. It worked. We tested it one time and it worked. I didn't change anything. Somebody's fucking around with it. Touched a bunch of buttons. I don't know how to unpush the buttons back. Okay. So I don't know how to do it. Good. And I've not those levels of stuff.
And this way, anyway, you can even hear people talking.
We would not. I agree. So, yes, I mean, that's a fair point, Robert, about how to solve that problem. So that we get everything working. We need a wireless handheld mic.
I'm not sure who to handle here.
I think it was Steve or someone with the mixer or something. Touch it very well. Morning, Tony. I was so jealous.
We go out to this
My kid waits until 7 o'clock.
It's in the middle of the street, and so his doesn't run for further.
That's the trick, right?
And finally, you remember when we had food service last night?
We've got 30, 35 hours.
Yeah, what do you call it? It's gonna kill you. They're hot. They're like yes, right? And Bart had accidentally ordered, which is a hot, stuffed Italian entree. And so we're all sitting here going, why is this taking so long? And then they come out with this like, what? It's just one extra, and it's like, what do you want to do? That's a question for our everything at Robert. Oh, that's yeah, why not? I've seen a picture of it. It's dirty as heck. It floods. Yeah. But again, if it ain't wrong. Yeah, they had the HVAC system. Yeah. So when I was in college, so this would have been the latest, 1970. We had somebody from NASA come talk to us about computers. Oh my God, they are such dinosaurs. I mean, no. Maybe something. No, this is before that. They had they were. I don't know what the processor was, but they had a pitiful amount of memory. They were running 5 of them at once.
theirs in case they couldn't get agreement. It's just, but.
So description of the partners that were on the problems that they had.
I love the story of John. Recently got one of those, a long time we finally figured out what you did presidential. And part of it was, you know, there were people that, you know, she members you I want to see them through it. Because, you know, she was trustworthy, you know, as a person going over and
They knew she would get the right
yeah, she knew that she would go to essentially double check the calculations and make sure that they were all correct. I suspect that it has, that it's something like bubble memory where they were able to.
It was permanent.
When you said road memory, in my head, I just said, sturdy. So I said I was saying generation.
Wire goes into the course, out of the course where it's their own. He's got this big round thing.
Well, it's not the one court was
Depends on which way the
you got drive wires and then you've got the sense wire that figures out whether it's this way or that way. So, you know, my dad, Robin Wilson, core memory ones, the RCA computer with it, and I would visit him and he'd have this room full of Martian. Later in his life, I said, you know, and actually I don't really worry about us. And he said, yeah, there was you, I helped there.
I sort of been around mid-70s. Finally, the guard got so he recognized and he was like, but he had this 370, not 360 into that. We were there one time. Give me $1. At least get $1. You'll get $1 from the cassette drive. This big, huge. Well, there's my Amiga one, and it was things would go through 3.5 copies and get them arranged, so then it could help me through it for the rest of the fluids. What am I doing? It's a installation.
So part of my
initially he got diagnosed as having a condition that affects 20,000 people in the United States. In other words, it's one of those orphan things that are really against. That's exactly. And so, yeah. But he was in part of the he has the shaky hand thing, and so it's like it's just.
How you doing, Dave? Good.
Awesome. Yes.
A lot of blue shirts running around this
So
year.
I'm hoping they figure out how to fix that. We'll wait some more next year.
Yeah, man. Yeah, sometimes that is all the time. Yeah. Look, I don't. We'll see. If it comes off the X5000, I might honestly buy probably one. If it brings more people there.
Mike's been riding me. When's it gonna come out? When's the weekend gonna come out for the X5000? I go, it might be today. I don't know.
Do you have it? Do you have one? No, are you in a beta of it or something?
No. I was thinking about selling my 1,000 and upgrading to 5,000, but I think I'll wait until get some kind of news from your end that they're making progress on this.
Then you'll hear about that soon.
So if it's gonna. I'm gonna hold off for the 50/40. If they can get multi-processing working in any shape or fashion, if I could run Linux and Amiwest 4 at the same time on different cores, I'll do that.
They've already worked on this concept that they call the Alex.
Yeah, right.
So we'll see some of that.
That I want to, yeah. That I want to.
But if you think about it, if you could run Linux, who knows how these presentations is going to work? But to have that would be like, yes, I do want to run native Linux. I want this. However, I still need to do other shit, and I can run the Linux shit while it's native.
If you could just flip a switch where you can have two displays, one running Linux, one running the host.
Sure. But that's why they don't.
One application
doesn't seem to understand that that's how they make it. We're doing this for all the wrong reasons.
I mean, we don't have the number of developers to do all of those applications. We need to leverage the stuff that's already out there. You all right?
No,
It's been like 2 months now. I had x-rays done, they didn't find anything. I'm gonna have to go find a chiropractor or acupressure or something.
I'll tell you what, I don't necessarily need more. The thing about acupuncture, it's just a very relaxing.
Yeah.
They let you down, they put the sense, like our body, like when you're always, and then you get a chance to relax and warm. I don't know. I'm fucking around with the latest X5000 beta.
Yeah. Did you get yours updated to the latest?
Yeah, they released it this morning.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with gold.
Why the phone was hanging?
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the deal is.
So that's when you get himself in this.
I got a friend Brian, one magazine. See if there's anything else I want to buy too or talk about. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Positive. That's what
A week later,
Are you good, Robert? Are you good? Is Ken helping you?
Not yet, I'm still setting up.
Got it.
Somebody went to the Smithsonian, found a Jewish person in the car. And had the same amount of.
What's up, bud? Al.
Yeah, any way to get it done.
So, Hans.
Yeah?
Did Trevor talk to you about bundling a GUI press into the Radeon install? Did he mention this to you?
No.
Because there's this thread going on about how the final edition sets up GUI press and doesn't enable a compositing mechanism, and you copy the driver in, and the compositing is still not on. That's why the M player's not working, because it's trying to output compositing, it's not the contours. And the M player software is impacted. It just assumes. So what I told Trevor was, Trevor is like hostile to the update of OS to include a GUI press, a compositing press, GUI press for compositing. And I'm like, Trevor, it's a fucking file. You can put it as part of your release. And you just need a pref file from the operating system and just drop it on your disk. I mean, I don't know the legal ramifications of a pref file, whether it's binary or it can't be. You can, I don't think it matters enough to think about it further than that. But what I was suggesting is as part of your installation, you can copy that in. And you make sure you have one that works. Or at least ask, like, do you want me to update it with the standard or not?
Yeah. It's enabled by default. You can check if the hardware supports support it. And if the driver doesn't support it, then
but that's the easier thing for them to do the way they do the process is either to have one in here actually check. What the hell would that be? Because they have all this shit already. It's not like we're talking about because the people would know these preset. It just needs to be in there. Which means
yeah, that'd be a pretty simple
So architecturally,
I wanted to make sure I can play it all the way through before they decide something. I'm sure I'm going to rock on.
the other thing I learned.
Not making noise. Oh, you know what? I probably have it on the wrong board.
Were you the person that asked about data? Yeah. It's like, we could do this. Yeah, you could, but then we wouldn't ship this one.
It's running pretty well. What's the latest graphics library enhancements? With the graphics
double the speed. Yeah, no, I was wanting to say about I could tell on the graphics page results that you want to retain.
Thank you for catching that.
Copy the other one.
Yeah, it was like an hour worth of time. You double the phone. So that's from a computer science perspective. It's like wrong to begin with.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell. You're an expert on
I didn't get it either. Like, usually it's something
It's a physical problem.
It's a physical problem. But, well, green screen over there, I look back at
In here.
and
They
there.
put it up. Put that one on. And it's not even that we touched that table. Like it was in the splitter. The amount of movement that it possibly could have had if you unplug in this table and go down here and measure the millimeters.
Right, yeah.
It's not like I unplugged that cable and jammed it in or stepped on it. You don't know.
Super fucking weird.
I just am blown away that Eric Schwartz can make stuff of this high quality using Disney animation studio. Like, can it even load images that big? It's insane. It is. I'd actually like to see an interview with that. I mean, he's not someone that you take out of Hollywood. He's not a Republican person. But he's got some mad style when it comes to innovation. His parents died.
They've been doing it for years. Yeah, maybe people write something that kind of describes some
Blog
stuff that he does.
Yeah, empower other people too. Because I have a lot of the same stuff. I think. I don't even know how he used pastry. What the hell would he use pastry?
Yeah. What I would think of it's all light list. That makes sense.
Yeah, X5000, everybody full screen.
That's another one. Yeah, I heard
So, hello everyone, this is Bill. I'm back. Let me turn down the boundary mic, which I put up in the background to provide us with a little bit of fun. So what I've got going on here is my X5000. I'm going to run through the games presentation yesterday that I did. I think you'll recall it crashed a bunch of times, and that's not indicative of the quality of this system. So I'm playing this game called LIX, which is a version of Lemmings, a Linux port of a Lemmings version to the Amiga. What's cool about this particular game is it offers network play. So yesterday we fired it up and it crashed pretty quick, and here it took a lot longer before it crashed. Darn it! Still getting a little ahead of myself. Need to figure that one out. It's getting much closer. It's getting much closer. Got to figure that lockup out. Well, of course, when I was at home getting ready for Amiwest, I ran that exact same thing, and it ran great. I had no issues. I could play a couple levels, said good, ship it, and then get here and it blows up. So my apologies for that. Oops. So what time is it? So it's 1:34. We're expecting some pizza here. People are having fun talking to each other. It's a little bit difficult for me to do a handheld cam. I could get that technology going where I could actually walk the floor with a mobile camera. I just didn't focus on it for for this year. Maybe I'll try to do something like that for next year. So just sort of overall thoughts and impression on the show this year. There's a great energy. It's still small. We need to get more people. Hopefully those listening and watching at home will want to come. We have the X5000 here. We sold one of them yesterday. First new Amiga sold at Amiwest in many years. Matthew is here with some new hardware, the Prisma Megamix, a new audio card for Classic. It's very clear that Aeon and Amiga Kit are focused on servicing both the next generation and the Classic marketplace. We've got the Vampire for the Amiga 500. If you've not seen this, we're going to do a demonstration of it a little bit later today. If you have an Amiga 500, or actually 600 is even better, if you have one of those two things, hold on to it. Get it cleaned up, get it ready, because it is so cool to have high performance, HDMI based, high performance, high color graphics on a 500, high performance CPU on a 500, and high performance disc. And it's just a screaming experience. It is impressive. So we're going to have a presentation of a 500 running the Vampire. We're also going to have the Alice. This is an Aeon project to make a stopgap, be straight up stopgap, for the a stopgap for portable Amigas, and it gets us a Windows machine, relatively affordable box, running a completely turnkey version of Amiga OS, so that you can just press a button and launch Classic. Press a button and launch the launch OS 4, and you now have a portable system. So we'll have a demonstration of that. It's here at the show. It's been on the table the whole time. People have been playing with it. We have probably 40% of the machines are actually next generation. Of that 40%, of the 12 or so, maybe 10 NG boxes that are here at the show, Amiga NG running, I'd say more than half are X5000s. A lot of interest in the Sacramento Club. A lot of beta testers brought their systems. Amiga OS 4 beta testers, developers brought their machines. So a lot of good stuff there. There's also a huge amount of classics. The whole center section where the camera is pointed is a bunch of folks just jamming on their classics. Roger adding his some more components and whatnot. We had Paul here fixing systems the entire time. A professional technician, really smart guy, an Amiga guy, MorphOS guy, gets it, was here the whole time fixing things. 1 second, please. Okay. Robert Bernardo about his Amiga NG system to get it updated, get everything installed there. The Tayboard board is here, TBD on release, but now the X5000 is imminent. It means the development resources can work on the Tayboard. LibreOffice is here. It's running on a couple machines. It's still a little early to show. I don't want to do that, but progress has been made. I think as a community we need to figure out how to make sure that LibreOffice is consumed in such a way that it doesn't end up like Firefox or Timberwolf, where it gets constructed initially and then the effort to maintain and promote it is too great, and so it's not able to go forth. I'm trying to think what else is cool. We have Alex Perez, Inertial Computing, the SD to 500. This is a SCSI to SD device. It's a small board. You can find it online. It will take a SCSI. It'll take an SD card and allow you to plug it into a SCSI device. So we just upgraded a 500 with one of these, and it just breathes new life into the system. The disk subsystem is now no longer the slowest thing, and so you start applications. Yeah, they take a little bit of time, but they come up much faster. It's much nicer for sure. Bob Burns brought a lot of his stuff to the show to show off, and it's good. It's definitely been a fun event. There's lots to do and see for people who are interested in maintaining the classics, for people who are interested in the next generation systems. There's just been a lot of good stuff happening, so always a good time. Let's see. Waiting for the pizza to arrive. I'm filling the air. Oh, yeah. Unhinging my jaw to yawn. Of course, me workbench candy. I do like Easter. Interesting. What else can I do? Oh, got to rebuild fonts. The font cache stuff is always annoying. For Odyssey, should get a launcher script that can test that. There probably is one, I just don't use it. Yeah. Anyone on IRC have any questions? They want to, anything about what's been happening this week, this weekend at the show? Trevor's in 1080p on YouTube. That was fast. That is fast. I should probably do some work. What other presentations are left is the first question. There's a bit of a delay, by the way. It's about a minute or so from when I start talking to when you hear me. So we have two presentations. We've got the Alice and we've got the Vampire coming up. Those are the two. So that'll take us to about 3:30. so good. turns on. Press.
Okay.
Press once. Just. Okay, it is time. It is time for Alice. Woo! Do, 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 do. I'm gonna see if I can get the HDMI port working.
Is the X5000 free?
They're not free. They're actually
No,
kind
I
of
mean, is this one
expensive.
available for use?
Well, Ken's about to do a presentation right here, so that's gonna be a little tougher. But otherwise, yes.
I'm getting me an Alice.
You are? Cool. Very cool. It looks like a really nice way of doing it.
How he thinks he's going to get hold of me.
Yeah, unfortunately we need Ken. Hey, yeah.
Well, of course, he has my email address.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what he's going to do, so I better start checking my email on a more regular basis.
Yeah. That's awesome. No, I mean it's pretty cool.
Is that yours, or is that
No, it's
one that was up there?
It was one that was up there. I mean, I guess I can press this button to test it.
Yeah, I think I prompted him to go ahead and start
There it goes.
a guinea pig group, and I'll be
Yeah.
one of the guinea pigs. Sounds like. I'm hoping.
Awesome.
We'll see.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Wow.
So if you're in on that, you could probably express interest too if you want to.
You know, I've got this guy.
You're happy.
Yeah, I'm good there. I'm actually interested to see the work they do, because then I'll try to leverage it, but I don't have time for another laptop.
I hear you.
Oh, this is fascinating.
What mode did you boot it up in? Just Amiga mode?
Yeah, I just thought it'd do OS4, I guess.
I wasn't watching, but I know you can select AmiKit mode, Amiga mode, or
Did we boot into something?
I did. I pushed it into AmigaOS to try to get an output. But what it's doing is we have AmigaOS here, and we have something else over here.
That is probably the second screen. I think it's probably doing an extended screen as opposed to duplicating the screen.
You tell me.
Okay.
So I just wanted to get something on the screen.
basically you've got two outputs on your graphics card.
Yeah, but AmigaOS doesn't. I don't know. What I know about AmigaOS, I don't understand what's happening, because that's not how it works.
No, well, this is an AmigaOS. This is actually this is a program running on Linux
Got it,
Yeah,
got
it's
it, got it.
running the computer and there's an emulator.
You can back out of it if you want to reset it.
I just want to show something kind of by, well, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
I am going to back out of it, but let's make sure that we can set this up.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, it sees the other monitor.
Okay, got it.
It says Dell 23N.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's DDCing that.
Same image on all monitors.
Yeah, there you go.
See what happens.
That should be fine. There you go. You're good. Keep it. That's it. Okay.
And then we're going to.
Yeah, perfect.
So presumably we'll have to do the same thing for the Amy kit side, because I've never had a second monitor plugged in. So
Yeah. It seems like it's a fairly solvable problem.
I'm gonna work.
Yeah.
Just to so we don't have to be going through that.
Yeah. No, it makes sense.
I'm sure there will be enough problems without the.
But it seemed to be working better now. So. Wow. Awesome, dude.
Oh, this one is already.
Well, once you set that, that's like,
Well, you presume to know what's happening. We'll tell everyone what's happening.
It made that the main
monitor,
I just
yeah.
have a secondary.
Yeah, that works too, kind of. As long as the projector and that are good, I'm good. But I don't understand what OS4 was just doing. I don't know how. It's possible it detected it as another display card.
Yeah.
And so it's treating it like another display card. But I hit the gadget in the upper corner to jump screens. It didn't jump. It's very strange. Because usually if you have that condition, you hit the screen toggle and you'll jump to the other one. But it wasn't jumping. Anyway, it'd be freaking awesome to get multi-monitor support. I'd be very, very, very happy with that.
It's defaulting to it. It doesn't like
Or you can plug in the mouse and keyboard as well and just use that station. A few little technical issues for the people who are watching. We'll get this started forthwith. As soon as we get those resolved, we'll flip it over. You can see we're warming up the camera.
were supposed to go off and buy parts
Ah.
at Fry's.
Ah.
But then Mike wants me to pull off my G4 off his table.
Really?
Yeah, he says, oh, this space is being used. You can't have it here.
Mike who?
Much longer. Mike right there.
Really? Really?
Yeah. He's pulling rank on me again. You can't leave it here. Trevor doesn't go out and buy that connector.
Prez has one.
Huh?
Alex has one.
He does?
Yeah. Okay, sorry for the delay. Just a technical issue getting the monitoring sorted out because we have a slightly different system that we're using on the monitors here this year, and it's something that has not been tested yet with the Ami kit software, which is why we had that. As a matter of fact, even the front screen doesn't show up, but the emulators do. So we'll have to work around that. It looks great on the screen, promise. Works great on the screen. It's just dealing with the multi-monitors is the issue. Okay.
I just like getting manhandled. hello, hello, hello.
There we go. Sorry. That worked. Okay, now that I have your attention, Ken Lester's going to walk us through the Alice system and introduce technologies like the rabbit hole, I believe, that'll make the system quite unique when it comes to an Amiga experience. This is a portable system. They are on sale from Aeon, and if they're not available today, they'll be available very, very shortly. So Ken Lester is going to be talking about Alice and showing the advancements he's done there. And first, we're going to have some words from Trevor. Trevor, if you want to go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Hello. Okay. It's not muted.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple of words before Ken gets into the real exciting, juicy stuff. Alice is a combination of an idea, a dream. When I suppose we knew Amiga first came out, Amiga Forever, I thought it would be great to have an Amiga OS4 laptop. Well, it's 3 laptops, actually, sorry. And obviously we all want our PC laptop. The costs quite prohibitive. It may never happen, but we can actually fast track that and give us something that makes life on the road with a laptop much more pleasurable. So, Alice was originally conceived as, it's called, not Alice, it's called, I can't remember. It was an idea for a laptop many years ago with my fat llama. And Jan, Amikit, and I were talking. He'd already been working closely with Ken Lester, he was working with him now. And over the last year or so, probably the last 15 months, we've been trying to refine our ideas and hardware and how we actually just together to make it usable for the average user. We have about 5 or 6 Alice laptops in the wild. Maybe less too, because 2 disappeared in my car. But the development team of Ken Lester, Pat Wall, Jan at Amikit, and myself all had models and we're testing and using the laptop for the last year. I've been using it with me on all my travels in single stoke on this trip. So without more talking about it, I want Ken now to give you a technical overview of the Alice laptop and some of the features, some of the cool features I think of using it. So over to you.
All right, can you hear me? I can't hear myself. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Now, I was told I'm supposed to talk about what I'm up to, so I may or may not get to the Alice laptop. I don't know if anybody's interested in that part of it. I'm just kidding. I don't think you guys are at all interested in any of the stuff I'm up to other than this. Basically, Trevor came to me actually 2 years ago and mentioned that he had wanted to do a laptop. And that is not something that necessarily was on my radar, but I was really interested in Linux and booting Amiga OS on Linux. And I don't know how many people know me from the past, but I've painted Amiga icons and skins and themes, and that's kind of been what I've been interested in. I'm a former comic book artist. I don't know if anybody remembers me from the 90s, but this is just kind of what I've been interested in. And I created a Linux distribution called AmiPup, which is a terrible name, but it's based on Puppy Linux, which is this little 200 meg Linux system that runs on a thumb drive, and you can plug it into anything and run it anywhere. And I had that running at that time originally EUAE, which is a lot less technically developed than WinUAE and then later FSUAE. So I had gotten that system working on this small version of Linux, and then Trevor came to me and came to Jan actually, but he had expressed his desire for this laptop, and so we started melding the two ideas, and we came up with this system. Nothing here is all that custom. Anybody could do this. The thing about it is though Trevor has brought a lot of expertise to the table to make this happen. That's not saying that anybody can't do this, but you've got Pat Wall, who's a Linux guy, making sure that a lot of that material or a lot of that expertise gets brought to the table. I'm doing the graphics. You've got Jan, who knows everybody and talks to everybody and gets things done. If you're not using AmiKit, you're not really using the latest 68K distribution, because anytime that we've, over the years, because I've been with him since the very beginning, I think it was 2005 was the first AmiKit. Anytime we've discussed something and said, hey, it would be cool to do this, or hey, it would be cool to do this, he would just cold call the developer. Some of these guys hadn't been doing it for 10 years, and he's got like about 100% success rate in getting them to update the software to whatever it was we needed. As screens got larger, he was getting old classic software to get upgraded to work at higher and higher reses. I mean, he did that just recently with Show Amiga 96. That's the start screen that he likes to use that has a scroll bar. That didn't support 1920 by 1080, or in the case of the Alice laptop, 1366 by 768, which is a significant number because it's a 16 by 9 ratio, and we're trying to keep compatibility there, and with an eye toward performance, you want a decent screen that can be driven at a respectable rate. Anyway, but I digress. I'm going to just basically walk you through the way it works. I'm sure everybody has seen it, has seen the videos online and that, but I'm going to hopefully dispel some rumors, because it's like people have speculated that there was custom Linux code and stuff. This is all off-the-shelf stuff. This is an off-the-shelf laptop. This is Ubuntu Mate, various versions. Right now we're 16.04. On my system is 14.04 because this is one of the original systems, and for personal reasons I like some of the aspects of 14.04 better than 16.04, but that's neither here nor there. We've got WinUAE running on Wine, running on Linux, which sounds convoluted, but it's not really. It actually, the performance, at least for 68K, is comparable to FSUAE, or some people say it's better. I find it comparable. I don't know. I haven't done any benchmarks. But that allows us to use a little program called WinLaunch that has been included with WinUAE for as long as I can remember. And it is a little program that tags out to the host operating system. And by doing a little bit of scripting magic on the host side, which in the case of Alice is Ubuntu, basically Wine has the ability to interface with Linux. So basically we have WinLaunch interfacing with this little script in Linux, which interfaces with Linux. So we're able to access applications within the emulation that, and I may be jumping ahead, that you wouldn't otherwise be able to access. The first thing I want to show you is the start screen, because I worked really hard on this. It's probably, it very well could be, can you see that, Robert? Could very well be as hard as the whole rest of it combined. It's basically because modern computers use EFI or UEFI, and it's great for security, and it's great for all the things that it's supposed to be great for, but it really fights this whole dual, triple, quadruple boot system. So we basically, we being me, had to go to school here and learn how this worked. Once you figure it out, it's not too bad. But for the longest time, it was complete voodoo. So when you turn on your Alice laptop, you're confronted by a screen. Right now, I have 3 icons. At various times, I've had 4. I've had a generic Ubuntu icon, which ultimately everybody decided was a little bit redundant since we already had Ubuntu sitting underneath AmiKit and underneath OS4. So I'm going to show you how this, obviously Windows, which on my laptop is situated 3rd, which is the way Jan wanted it, but we can't always do that. I'm going to plug this in, and we're going to start Windows first. We're going to try to anyway. Where's the? I lost the. There we go. This should work correctly. This is, and this is basically just made to look more or less like the Linux version. The idea being that the wallpaper matches the wallpaper in AmiKit, and it's lined up perfectly, and the toolbars are hidden. Alex Perez said that he didn't like the toolbar hidden, so you know, that's a matter of preferences. You can always you know, change that. You know, it's up to you. I just want to show you a little bit about what's been going on the last year or so. Tony Weiland, who is technically a member of the Alice team, has been making tremendous strides on the emulator front. If you played with OS4, I guess a year ago, or it's been 2 years now since he first made that change to WinUAE to be able to run PowerPC Classic hardware, he has eliminated the problem of video, because it's using the UAE graphics driver. So it's like you could have 1920 by 1080. You could have a 4K monitor. You could have whatever you want. There's no limitation there. He has improved network speed. He has. We've now got the ability to use different sound cards. It's basically become a lot more mature. You know, we've got everything working a lot better. I'm just going to hover my mouse pointer over this little point here. I'm not going to say anything. But you know, we've got less issues running the system than we had, you know, a short time ago. The system, it works really nicely. And unfortunately, I don't have anything installed here. We should have had some memory-hungry apps here installed to show it off, but wasn't thinking ahead. So anyway, if you know what to look for, you know why I showed you that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to restart, and this time you're going to watch it boot into OS4 and AmiKit. I'd like to think that AmiKit was the main reason you'd be buying this, but we all know it's for OS4. All right. You can't see this beautiful start screen, but I can. And we'll see at what point it decides to let you join the, there we go. It's doing some screen machinations. Oh, it's squishing the screen. We had it working nicely, and now it's, all right. I guess that's a little better. Basically, it booted Linux. You never saw it. This is running OS4 on FSUAE. So until he gets the changes that Tony Weiland has made to WinUAE incorporated into his system, we're not going to be able to take advantage of it. And it's displaying squished here for whatever reason. You're just going to have to trust me that it's not doing that over here, and it actually looks okay on this 23-inch monitor. OS4 does not have the ability to launch Linux apps directly. It kind of lives in a world of its own, at least it does now. Certainly, that changed. Native file systems we can now use directories. You know, I boot from it, but you know, in the Windows version, I actually had a Windows directory mounted here. I called it files or whatever. So transferring files is no longer. Anybody that's familiar with FSUAE, you know, you hit F12 and it goes to there. I've remapped remapped the Windows key to F11, so that, or that's never mind, that's AmiKit. But if you hit the Windows key in OS4, you can actually launch whatever you want to launch here, and just like with the Rabbit Hole apps, it looks like it's you know, the Linux have all been skinned to look like OS4, so you know, it's an illusion. You know, it's like nobody's trying to fool anything. But the idea is that, you know, you've got your OS4 system, you've got, you know, you've got the ability to run more modern applications that are robust enough to handle the nastiness that the world throws at it, and still look like your the Linux installs are also set. If you're familiar with FSUAE, the way you quit is F11Q, and if you're familiar with, I'm repeating myself, OS4 does not have the hardware shut down. So you just hit F11Q and it'll shut down. And Linux, it launches the app or the emulator. The wallpaper in Linux is made to match OS4, so that, you know, there's some but you know, it goes straight into the emulator, and when you quit the emulator, it shuts everything down. So, and it's easy enough. You can shut that off if you want to just get straight into Linux and do something. You know, in my case, it's usually for system maintenance. You know, if I want to update something on the Linux side, or just generally improve things. I'm going to show you Rabbit Hole now. Rabbit Hole is, let's see, is it going to show the booting? Getting a little bit of it. Okay, well, that's a whole nother revolution. It's come up with something else. Anytime it's we're gonna unplug here for a second and see what happens, because screen resolutions are playing havoc with my system. Yeah, that's not going to work. We're going to restart. I'm going to plug in the HDMI after it's booted because it's not liking. Anyway, Rabbit Hole is basically the equivalent of a menu access system to Linux apps. You know, that's what I was talking about. A WinLaunch reaching out to Wine and Wine passing the request on to whatever application. You know, if we run Firefox, it's going to pass the application or the call on to Firefox. If we run LibreOffice, it's going to pass it on to Office. Got Skype on here, Steam, a few other things. It's hard to know exactly what to put on. All right, do we have a working? Okay, we do. What I was trying to show you is that these are some pre-configured scripts. So basically, Rabbit Hole, which is, you know, Alice down the rabbit hole, and you know, and the other operating systems are the other side. We can select and launch. I don't know if we have the internet set here. Shall we Shall we just let it restore whatever I had going on last time? Oh, good, the internet's working. But you can see that it more or less looks like you're running it on the Amiga. If you click off of it, it's going to go behind there because technically AmiKit is a task running on Linux, and Firefox is another task. But you really, really quickly get used to just alt-tabbing, back and forth to run whatever. I'm trying to think. What do I want to? We also have some Windows apps here. Notepad, in case. I actually like Notepad, so I shouldn't make fun of it. But there's Office. So now we have Office. We have Firefox, and let's see. We also Jan has configured this so that all the def icons reach out to Linux. So I didn't bring anything, but I believe his various links reach out. So you click on a photograph, it's going to, or ping file or a JPEG or whatever, it's going to load up in Shotwell. You pick on it or click on an HTML file, it's going to load up in Firefox. You click on a video file, it's going to load up in MPlayer. The idea being that in AmiKit, you're about as integrated as you can get without actually building an Amitalon style system, where Linux is just a dumb hardware abstraction layer. As much as I miss Amitalon and that whole paradigm, this system comes very close to being that, and it's all off-the-shelf parts. It's all software anybody can build. But we just did. What I did, in addition to this, part of the agreement is I agreed to paint some new icons, and I have not painted icons since 2008. And this is a completely new set. Well, I shouldn't. Let me. Everything here is new. I didn't want to get involved in painting a whole new set because you'd be talking about thousands of hours of work. And as it is, I've got hundreds and hundreds of hours into this. But we have a new set of icons, which I tried to have some sense of visual continuity with Mason's stuff, but still look my own. We'll bring in some of the colors that have become popular lately, and also remove all bowling balls, anything else that might get me in trouble. With icons version 5, but I'm going to resist. Then that presupposes that I'm going to do more of them, but no, these are strictly for Alice and for the Alice project. For AmiKit, assume AmiKit X will eventually down the road be released for strictly be an Alice exclusive, and maybe 9 open because we went straight from AmiKit 8 to 10, and 9 will be some version that's halfway between. Maybe we won't give away some of the stuff. Help me out here. What do you want to see it do?
Are you open up for questions?
More or less, I'm rambling, so it's like, what haven't I explained? What is in here that is not apparent? Why is the screen cut off there on the bottom? You can't even see the stuff I was doing down here. Oh, all right. Well, if anybody wants to come up and see what it actually looks like. It's cutting off the bottom half where all the icons are in the start menu. I know some people hate start menus, so maybe it's not there. Sure. Okay.
Thanks, Ken. I thought that's pretty good. Can you hear me okay? No, I'm not on. Okay, we'll share the same one. So
all right. Yeah, just go ahead and take it.
That was giving problems. Yeah. What's that? Oh, really? Okay, never mind.
And I'm always dangerous, and you never know what I'm going to say, so I got to be careful.
I think Ken gave quite a good overview of what Alice is about. Some of the things that are probably worth saying from a user point of view. It's very stable. It's got better over the. I mean, and I should have said Tony Weiland also has an Alice laptop.
Does, yes.
Yeah. So we provided one to Tony so he could do the work. And the work he's done over the last 3 or 4 months has really boosted the performance of WinUAE, especially in the Amiga OS 4.1 Final Edition. Alice comes with a copy of Final Edition Classic, licensed. It comes with it comes with an Amiga Forever license for the special files you need there. It also comes with an MUI license, so you get the full MUI experience if you want. And of course you get the OS 4.1 Classic disc. We're looking at the models we're looking at the moment, and it's not the model that Ken's showing there. It's a 15.6-inch laptop with 1366.
1366 by 768. 16 by 9 inch.
Yeah, and it's quite nice size, and it's nice to use. And I used that laptop for my presentation after I bought another laptop. After my laptop was stolen. So we're looking at a price range starting from, for the low end, at $650 US, all in. Obviously sales tax is on top. If it's coming from outside or out of state or outside the country, there's no sales tax. And it can go up to $650, $800, depending whether you want SSDs in there rather than hard drives, or how much RAM you want. So there's a flexibility on the price line. And really, it's not, it sounds crazy, it's not a project to make money, it's a project to give a portable machine with Amiga flavor to Amiga users. And still have the flexibility of accessing programs that are not available on Amiga OS Classic or Amiga OS 4. So we're open for questions.
Take one from you and then move on to somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah, it's difficult to engineer out that human element, working on it.
Okay, Bill, can you hear me? Yep.
Okay.
You also switch them, so one person talk.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Hello. Hello. Well, that's what I just moved it up. Did that help at all?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Okay.
Is that okay?
Nobody is raising their hand, so you might as well just start.
All right. So, do I understand that the final variant will use when I boot directly into OS4 that it will use a wine plus WinUAE layer as opposed to the current FSUAE setup?
I don't know. Right now, it's set up that it boots into FSUAE because that is the more mature setup. I would like for FSUAE to have the latest Tony Weiland updates integrated, and he's supposed to be working on that. And the potential there, FSUAE is a Linux. It's native. It's like it would be one less layer. Wine is not an emulator, but it's an abstraction layer. It's one more thing we don't need. I would like it to be on FSUAE. Certainly, we can make it run on WinUAE, and ultimately we might do that. We didn't do that with the AmiKit because we want to be able to. We wanted the whole rabbit hole thing. And if that were possible on OS 4 in its current configuration, obviously that would be one more reason to do it. All right. Well, technically, this machine will do either one. I've got it set up. You can select it at boot time. It's like I don't know if that's the way it, ultimately is to go, but it's set up to boot FSUAE. There's a switch that you can put in the configuration and switch it to booting.
I've just discovered that WinUAE and Wine under Linux on Intel seems to be more performant than just FSUAE, and it also doesn't have the pointer problems that FSUAE.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. It's my. I like it, but it's like FSUAE is a lot slicker under Linux than. I don't know about you guys, but I like that little F12 thing, you know, where it like it tilts it. It's like that's just a personal. It's a visual thing, so I know that doesn't have any impact on performance or anything. But what I would like to see ultimately is FSUAE brought up to the same level as WinUAE. Whether that happens or not.
Integration through, for example,
Oh, that could be that's just a configuration. Yeah, you should be able to. You know, it should. I don't know. How does WinUAE handle like instant pop-ups?
Well, see, that's the thing that I'm concerned about, right? Because typically, if the USB drive itself is not a file system that Linux understands, it doesn't mount it. It doesn't.
Well, Ubuntu, it's all set to auto mount, so it's like period. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to mount something it doesn't understand, but it understands NTFS, and I think it understands exFAT, but I'm not 100% sure.
Thinking along the lines of I've got USB hard drives and USB sticks that are formatted in SFS.
No, those are not going to show up. WinUAE can read them if you select them as a device in the configuration, because I booted my old OS4 XE. Well, not booted, but mounted my old OS4 XE hard drives in WinUAE. There's WinUAE has the and by extension FSUAE, but WinUAE has one of the options is select hard drive. They mean hard drive, you know, and you're going to browse it. Now, Windows can't necessarily see your SFS drive, but WinUAE can see it. And obviously, you have to have a SCSI controller or ID, whatever it is you have. In my case, the XE had IDE drives, and I still had a machine that had IDE in it. So when my XE died, I plugged in the hard drive. I booted a version of 3.9. I was able to get all my files off my XE drive just by using WinUAE. So I don't know if that's the ideal way, but you know, certainly anybody can do that if they want.
I think the main idea is to give a system where anyone can do it, as you say, but it takes an awful lot of time and work and effort. We know that.
Yes. Yeah, this would have been done a year ago.
If you have an out-of-the-box experience, you open it, you power it on, you've got these options all there and available. That was the plan, to make it easier for everyone. Tony?
So your F12 quick link, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Anything that's peculiar to WinUAE?
No, that's FSUAE. No, that's not true, because WinUAE does the same thing. It calls up a different window. So no, F12 is peculiar to Amiga emulators, I guess. I never really thought about it, but yeah, F12, either one. F12 is the magic button that calls up.
So why are you using WinUAE at all?
Because WinUAE has it gives me the ability to do that rabbit hole thing we talked about. FSUAE,
There's the workaround that Tony showed you under OS4 Classic, where you can use the Windows key and you bring up the Linux and you run a Linux program. But it's much more integrated in the AmiKit version of the WinUAE, where you just go to the rabbit hole, start a program.
Right. You know, or the. Yeah. Well, no, actually, it was created for AmiKit.
Yeah, we created
wasn't there.
Yeah.
Wasn't there. And then he's buried, now in the AmiKit directory, the internet directory, we have iBrowse, NetSurf, and Firefox icons. You know, so it's been integrated everywhere, and all the default file applications now load with Linux versions of, or Linux equivalents. You know, the default HTML browser is Firefox. The default Office app is LibreOffice. So anytime you click on a text document, or I'm not much of an Office user, so whatever document, a doc file or whatever, it's going to launch in that. And that's been configured Diopus. Diopus has never been my thing, so it's like I don't know how you do that, but that was what he did. Is he went through and configured every file type to match to a Linux equivalent, so that when you're in the Amiga environment and you click on something, you're not dependent upon some 25-year-old 68K piece of software, which might do a great job, or it might not, you know. But it's just a little bit of a connection to the modern world, you know, and still be able to stick in the environment you want to be in, or the environment you're used to. So. And Trevor has been using this thing for a year. He's constant, you know, I don't know, do you Skype on that thing too?
Yeah.
It's like Skype's on, so he's on AmiKit 68K emulation, Skyping because, you know, and so the only reason Skype is on Alice is because I watched him last year install Skype and Steam. And so I'm like, all right, neither one of those are simple applications to get on Linux. You know, they don't. So I'm like, okay, we're going to take that out. It's going to just come with those things. And so, you know, like some of the things you can do if you think about it. I'm not a very imaginative guy when it comes to things like that. I browse the web and I paint graphics, you know, and I fuss with Linux the last couple of years.
The good thing as well is with the, what I mentioned, the enhancer software, SE edition, that would be ideally suited to the OS4 side, classic side. And of course, when the 68K edition comes out, that'll be ideally suited to upgrading the classic side, the OS 3.x of the AmiKit side.
Yeah, theoretically, there's not going to be a faster 68K environment that you could put this on, you know, with the graphic card. And nobody's trying to fool anybody. This is a laptop running Windows and Linux and you know, running emulation. The idea is just to create an experience, you know, sort of like a user environment on just whatever, you know, just commodity hardware. You know, it's like let us take advantage of the cheap hardware for a change and not just you know, just be, you know, tied to expensive custom hardware.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Are there any specific changes or additional software that you'd be adding to the default OS4 Classic distribution to enable any specific?
I don't know.
Well, we will be having the option of the enhancer software, the LE version. So that will run nicely under the classic. We'll test that on that anyway.
The AMI Store. The AMI Store works great.
Works great.
Any work on rabbit hole in the future? Is that going to kind of, well?
It is what it is. It's like you can add to it. I mean, if you're halfway savvy with scripts, these are like one-line scripts.
Rabbit hole on the OS4 side.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I think we'll look at you can actually access applications of the OS4 side quite easily, as Tony showed you. I prefer to have a rabbit hole feature. Actually, I want to call it Looking Glass, just to keep up with the whole Alice in Wonderland. I mean, in case you don't know, Alice is or Amiga, it's your choice, laptop incorporating the classic experience. So that's where it came from, and the Alice in Wonderland theme was dreamt up by Ken and Kevin Saunders in Australia. And obviously Rabbit Hole is from Alice in Wonderland, Looking Glass. So I would like to see Looking Glass on the Windows side, but that's still up for grabs.
Yeah, we'll see. Yes, there's that might actually require some programmer. You know, it's like if some industrious OS4 programmer wants to write a Win launch equivalent for OS4, we're in business. You know, that's all. You know, that's.
Is source code available for the OS3 version?
It's an old app. I don't know. It's off of AmiKit or what's that?
Is it on Aminet or?
I think it's on Aminet. I mean, it's distributed with WinUAE. It's one of those little apps in the Amiga programs folder that nobody ever looks at. But I looked at it and just to see what was in there and how it worked. And Jan, in fairness, Jan had been using it to launch something. Oh, Notepad and WordPad on the Windows side. And so he was doing something. He just didn't think it as far as I did. And I got to thinking, and I'm like, well, if I'm running a Windows program on Wine, can I get Wine to reach out to and try searching launch application, you know, scripting, because everybody assumes you want to launch a Windows application, not that you want to that you want to go the other way. They assume you want to go. It was fun.
I think
but it was there.
I think we should also say and thank Stefan.
Oh, Stunzi, yeah.
Thank him for
MUI.
We've got a special deal whereby I think I contribute to his bike riding fund, but he's given us MUI.
Just for the Alice. Just for Alice.
Yeah. So unlike other operating systems, unless we've actually got an MUI key in Alice.
Yep.
Is that key used for both the OS3 and the OS1 solutions?
Yep. So as long as.
So hopefully that's to the suggestion.
Yeah,
Exactly,
this
yeah.
was a personal interaction between Trevor, who knows everybody, not as many people as Jan, but almost, and and Stefan. I want to call him Steven because that's how I pronounce. But it works great. It's the infamous version 4 that everybody loves, but it's still licensed. Yesterday.
We just sold our first one.
Yeah.
And it's Robert Bernardo over there.
He's a guinea pig,
And,
right.
and we're taking expressions of interest. We've got 2 others expressing interest already. Robert over there and Mike.
I would
Three.
Three.
We've got 3.
I would
Any
really.
more than 3.
We need to set up some kind of poll because I would really like to know how many people legitimately. I mean, because if you think about it, it's if you need a new laptop, or it's like this is not a screaming gaming laptop. This is a sensible. You could use it every day. It's got mine's got a 10-hour battery. I assume it'll that's what it says. I don't know if I've never tried it because I never unplugged, but that's what it says. So it probably at least goes a couple, right?
So anyway, come to see me, and I'll put you on the list. You're not on the list.
You're not on the list.
That's a private joke from a previous Amiwest. So we'll make sure you're on the list.
The other thing is, what about Windows? I mean, I'd be curious to know how many people would be interested in a laptop without Windows at all.
I would, but it's not a deal breaker.
No. This isn't. This would take extra work. This is not a. This would be easier for us. No, this would be a little extra work. But we've heard from, now, some people that they would rather just do away with Windows altogether.
There'll be a slightly less expensive if you're not paying the Windows license.
Well, that's a EU thing. I don't think we could. I don't know.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, in the EU, you're allowed to recoup, the money that's built into. In here, you don't. So it's like, no, this would just be like, you'd still have your key if you ever wanted to put it on, but who would be interested in it if?
Well, there's no customer.
Yeah.
You want Windows? Okay. Right. And that's what. Yeah. A lot.
No, I was waiting for his question, Paul.
Well, actually, 2 things. One, if you guys can repeat the questions so they can hear.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
I was listening. I was watching out there.
Okay, they couldn't hear.
Because I wasn't hearing your question.
Oh, sorry.
So the thing which I was wondering about processors, I know you're doing an i5 to this. If somebody wants a higher spec.
Higher doesn't mean compatible, does it?
Well,
yes and no. I mean, it depends on. If there's a probably no, because the problem is we can't really do an install for every single laptop out there. Maybe it would work. Maybe it would redetect hardware, and maybe in a perfect world you get as close to the i5 version, because we've all decided i5 is a good compromise between performance and cost, because an i7 is like sexy, and we only need 2 cores. WinUAE wants 2 cores, one for the 68K and the other for the PowerPC.
You're relying on a big fat slow operating system underneath that wants as much as it can consume.
That's true. That's true.
And if you're running higher resolution and you're doing heavier load things on the Amiga side, particularly under
I don't know how many people want to spend an extra $200 or $300.
Choice, but would you guys consider doing a higher spec version? It would be the same Lenovo, but higher end.
It was a demand, yes, of course
Yeah,
it would. But it would be you'd have to limit it to a certain, specified. Yeah.
But I mean, if you're spending $800 and it's only another $300, $400 to get top of the line, I wonder how many people would be consider that worthwhile.
For what it's worth, WinUAE loves processor. It just
particularly under PPC.
Yeah, you can never have enough processor. So it's like, it's just a matter of how big a check do you want to write, and
and you're in halfway, you may as well.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, when are you going to do this for a PowerPC?
PowerPC.
Another in joke.
I think we've got one coming. Isn't there a netbook coming any day now from Hyperion?
2 weeks. I have
2 weeks.
Freedoms have one of mine, 2 of mine.
Oh, do they?
Okay, guys, I think we're someone else is coming on now, so
okay.
Thanks very much for the question.
Thank you very much.
What's the warranty support situation look like for yours?
Interesting.
Don't be yours.
Yes, Trevor has 24-hour tech, Skype tech support and
well,
yeah, but you don't have loss recovery apparently.
No.
no loss recovery.
Take a blank sheet of paper, look at it, read it. That's your warranty.
No. The reality, these are Windows laptops. They have whatever warranty. In the U.S., we have. I'm not a lawyer. You know lots of lawyers. In the U.S., we have the ability to resell these things and maintain the. I don't know. I better shut up. Anyway, presumably it's going to be whatever but I think what you really mean is the warranty on the integrity of the install. And I will do my best to keep everybody on the same page. If you are a Windows user, beware that it's like unless you're familiar with dual boot systems or triple boot systems, these are fussy systems. Windows does not want to share real estate with anybody else, Linux, anybody.
And it'll do its best to wipe out.
It continually, it's like every update is a risk for turning back on secure boot in the BIOS, turning on fast boot, which is just hibernate, renamed fast boot. You need these two things off in order to be able to dual boot or triple boot or whatever a system. And these are all things that every multi-booter knows. You just get used to it. But it's easy to forget that, when people say, oh, it booted into Windows again. It's like, well, of course it did, because it's like you ran Windows, right? And it did an update. And even I was, we had an anniversary update in September or whatever, which was a service pack. It was a brand new install, and that was the first time I'd actually seen it write to the BIOS, and because I didn't know Windows did that really, just as a matter of course. Well, this is all EFI, so yeah, it did, and it reset everything to whatever it felt like it wanted. So obviously, in my case, I knew exactly what had happened, and it was a 5-minute fix. But to the average person, all they know is they can't see their Amiga anymore. So this is a delicate. I don't want to say delicate. It's fairly robust, but it is susceptible to tampering. It's like you can. Yesterday, somebody decided to create a new account on my laptop, and which was fine. But you don't the AmiKit account or the OS4 account. Those if you understand Linux at all, those are the ones that had FSUAE and WinUAE installed. This new account had nothing. It was a pretty Linux install that I made to look like OS4. It's like, but that's like things like that. If you're not familiar with Linux, if you're not familiar with.
Real quick, is Amipup still downloadable?
Yes, go to sourceforge.net and download Amipup. Is my Linux distribution. It's kind of the granddaddy of this system. It's a mini version. It doesn't have a lot of the bells and whistles. It's version 8 of AmiKit is on it, but actually you got to go to Jan's site to get there because I didn't even put that in there. It has WinUAE on it, and you bring your own system to the table. But this is a USB thumb drive. It's fully installable, but it's not really meant to be installed. It's meant to be run from thumb drive. That's your system. You plug it in. It's getting a little long in the tooth. Does not work with EFI, so it's not going to work with Macs. It's not going to work with with anything that's been produced in the last couple of years. But if you got an old machine, it almost certainly will work, and it'll boot into an Amiga-looking version of Linux with yes.
Do you think it would be possible to update that so it would be the kind of thing that somebody could go into a local
You never know.
Target to
You never know.
and see if the laptop?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it would be a way to test, go in there.
Maybe, but I mean, it's not an insignificant project, and I spent like a year on it. It's like That was my first real experience with Linux. And so, and that was a little Linux. Ubuntu is a behemoth. It's the Windows of Linux.
But I think you talk about Linux, but when you're using it, it feels very lightweight. You feel like you're using an Amiga.
Yeah.
So it's lightweight.
Well, the reality is it is lightweight relative to, because it's like, I've got Windows on here, I've got Ubuntu, and Ubuntu boots. Windows will boot quickly if you have fast boot turned on, because all it is doing is coming out of hibernation. But if you turn it off, you realize just how slowly Windows 10 boots. Ubuntu doesn't do that. It boots in 5 or 10 seconds. And so you throw the other stuff on it, in 15 seconds you're into an operating system, depending on your hard drive speed, of course. Windows 10, if you turn off hibernation / fast boot, you're going to still be waiting a minute, or whatever it is to get to get into the system. Obviously, we're all spoiled because that's nothing compared to what it used to be, but it's all relative. So it's lightweight, even though I'm calling it a behemoth. It's just because it's a big system. It's built on Debian. Debian is very cool in and of itself, and Ubuntu builds on that.
Okay, guys, I guess we better get off with the next person.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, next up we're going to have Sam McCrow, presenting the Vampire, running in an Amiga 500. It's a hell of a thing to watch.
I'm not on the big screen yet.
Yeah, well, I'll plug you in just a second.
Okay.
Here, let me get you mic'd up.
All right.
I got it. I'll just plug it right there.
Okay.
And then you push and hold to turn on.
Okay.
And then 1 to mute yourself.
Okay.
And then turn it on, and then I'll give you a hand signal when you can start talking.
All right. Here's the HDMI coming out of the machine.
Yep. Let Ken get his power adapter here.
Okay.
And the power strip serve its purpose quite nicely. So I have a little switcher. So I'll unplug that one. Plug you in.
Is that one long enough? I got another one on my Raspberry that's twice as long.
Yeah, it'll work for this.
Okay. Just set it on top, I guess?
Yeah, just like take down and stuff. It'll hang.
It'll hang, okay.
I think it'll hang, yeah. Just don't kick it.
Right.
We should be fine. HDMI is pretty good about that. Let's turn it on, see if it works.
All right, audio.
It's already hooked in.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, it's not on though. I have to turn it on the board.
All right.
Let's make sure we got video working here.
Yeah, it'll take a...
Yeah, looks like it's going to be fine. Yeah.
Okay,
So
we
perfect.
got the kick there.
Okay, so I'm going to leave this unmuted.
Okay.
And let me go over here.
I'll hang this on my pocket. All right. It's booting.
Okay, everyone, we're going to have the Vampire come online right now. Oh, no.
It's on this screen. It's not on the big screen. Up the res? What's the res at? Half of high def in both dimensions. Can you make it higher? I can try, but the scan rate sometimes suffers bandwidth-wise. I'll try it.
Yeah, I think you're better off going bigger because it's not going to show up otherwise.
Okay.
It's not showing up on the toaster either.
Okay, well, I'll try it. If we can't get it done, maybe I'll just have to talk through it. Okay, I'll try that.
Trinity Force. It's just that these things can't handle funky.
Okay, let's see what I got set up. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, 1024 by 768. I'll keep it 16-bit. Still not quite working. Yeah.
I mean, it looks great on the monitor. I mean,
Yeah.
spectacular.
Yeah, because that's and then it's it's blacking out on the monitor because it's running out of bandwidth and losing the sync. So the Vampire can't really handle the high resolutions very well.
Yeah.
What about, go back to the list, 800 by 600?
Okay.
Just super standard.
Okay, we'll try 800 by 600.
Just getting the vampire video up.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully 8 by 6 works.
800 by 600.
Yeah.
Oop, come on.
I mean, it looks fantastic on
There
the
we go.
screen here. It really does.
Use it. There we go. Pretty much.
Yeah, we're clean everywhere except for on this screen. Yeah, we're good.
It's a little bit on the top missing, but
Yeah, just try to ignore the top part.
Okay.
Scroll down. Yeah, and the toaster looks clean now as well.
okay.
It's it looks perfect over here. Yeah, it looks great.
All
So,
right.
hold on, let me go ahead and get started, Sam. Well, hold on, let me announce you first too.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, Sam is going to start his presentation on the vampire if you want to join us in the main auditorium. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to put, well, first I was going to start with the questions, so that way if we don't have time to do anything else, we'll just do the questions. Okay. Any questions about the vampire or this A500 configuration? Okay, hearing. What is the configuration? It's just it's a revision 8A A500, and it's had the CPU removed and the vampire put in its place. Other than that, it's pretty stock configuration. I've got the extra half meg in the belly slot, but I don't think I'm even using it. So that's kind of the configuration I got here. It's pretty standard vampire configuration, but it's hard to say that there's any standard configuration when you've got one of 6 V500 boards in the world right now. So, any other questions? Okay, Brian.
Are you using the HDMI video feed for this or not?
Yes, we're on the HDMI plug. That's coming straight out of the accelerator card for the HDMI right now.
Okay, cool. So what's it?
Yeah, it's 800 by 600 HDMI right now. Let's see. You got the audio coming out of the machine yet?
I had it muted. Are you playing?
I will pull some up. I want to pull up something Eagle Player first.
Go for it.
Okay, let's see if we can get some music out of this thing. It'll take a little bit. Okay, I think it's trying to play already. Yeah, it's 12 seconds into the song, so it's not getting the audio. It is? Okay, it's kind of quiet. There it is. That's coming out of the Paula, by the way. It's using I'll pull up the, okay, polyphase sync mixer. That basically requires an 040 or better to run. So if I had a stock 68,000, this would be choking to death right now. But it doesn't even strain on it with the vampire. So that's okay. I'll get out of this now. And that was playing an MP3, and it wasn't straining or choppy enough that even the mouse pointer wasn't stuttering or anything. So the audio is working fine. Let's try something along the lines of Macintosh emulation. I tried Fusion earlier. I think that got a conflict, so I'll try Shapeshifter now. And it's going on the big screen, but not the little screen. Oh, there it comes up. Okay. And now it's on the little screen, but not the big screen. Interesting. Oh, okay. Well, I'll pull something up and see what happens. There it is. All right. Let's try a game. Warcraft 2. That never came out for the Amiga, did it? No. Did it?
If you have the right data files, there's a player that lets you put a data file.
Oh, really? Okay.
You get like a DOS version, non-Battle.net or something.
Okay. Well, here's the Mac version.
Yeah.
It'll run it. Oh, this is going to try and switch to 640 by 480. Do you think that'll screw things up? Probably.
Let's try it. See what
Let's try it.
Let's try it. Okay.
I mean, it's recoverable.
Okay. little bit of lag there because it's not got an FPU. I think it does that on the 3D. But the rest of the game is crystal clear and smooth sailing. This, the Vampire accelerator brings it up to about the equivalent. Well, I'll show you later. I don't even have to tell you. I'll just show you later. But for now, I'll just show you what the... Okay, yeah, interesting, interesting. Next. What's that?
Can you make a sheep explode?
Oh,
I've done them like 25 times. The sheep blow up.
Oh, I don't have a sheep, but I can harvest some gold. Yeah, and then while we're at it, we'll make another peon. So, and then you move up here. So it's playing pretty much full frame rate right now. And from what I understand, Shapeshifter, if you tried it on a conventional Amiga,
ready to work,
wouldn't really do much. It was kind of slow. But we're not struggling at all. Okay, I think that's enough of this one. I'll get out of here. And scenario, exit program, exit program. And here we're back. Okay. So we know the Mac emulation is working pretty good. There was something else. Oh, here we go. Apple Diagnostics. This is going to be fun to watch. I think it's this one. Benchmark checks. Let's see how this stacks up against a Power Macintosh. CPU speed. It's measuring. Okay, the memory is 2.12 times faster than what the Power Macintosh came with. Let's see what the processor stacks up. A little slower, not terribly, but yeah. Okay, let's try integer. Oh, a little slower there too, but it doesn't have an FPU, so I'm not even going to mess with that one. Let's see how the video stacks up. It's just running a simple frame buffer runs 1.85 times faster, or 5.8, excuse me. So, but anyway, the SRAM is still faster than what the Power Mac had. Let's see how it stacks up against a Quadra. There, that's a little bit better. So yeah, this is I've been telling people this is equivalent to about a 200 megahertz 060, and this kind of agrees with that, I think. So let's get out of here now. Quit, file, quit, and it killed my color. I don't care about that. Okay. Okay, I think I'll get out of the Mac emulation now. Okay, we're back.
So how much RAM does the board have?
128 megs of RAM, but it's shared RAM. The video is also sharing the RAM, so it, as you can see, I'm already using about 8 megs for the video screen right now. So let's see what else we can find out. Anything interesting here? Oh yeah, I was going to run the demo screen on Doom just to see how fast it goes at 640 by 480. And it'll pop up a screen requester pretty soon. There, we'll just keep it at 640 by 480, see how it likes it. Ah, that looks familiar. And here it goes. About 20 frames per second. I can remember when I was playing it on my 030 back in the day that even at half this resolution, it wasn't making much headway. I did have one hack that would improve on the speed a little bit, but that was just basically rerouting the WAD file to the RAM disk. And I haven't done that here, but it doesn't seem to need it. Oh, one note about the configuration. I'm running card flash adapter for instead of a hard drive. So that kind of speeds up the disk accesses as well. Okay, I'm going to get out of here. Okay, and we're back. And it was running on a 8-bit chunky screen, as you can see there. So there was no chunky to planar lag at all. And yeah, it was moving along pretty good clip. Some of the rest of this stuff I haven't really tried.
Frontier.
Oh, Frontier runs off the chipset. I don't have that hooked up. I had that on the TV screen earlier, but I had to switch to the composite. Okay, anything else? Vista Pro. I haven't tried that one. Let's go ahead and try it. At the risk of not doing anything, it's a demo, sure.
Because I have this running on my X5000 under OS 3.9. Or, yeah, 3.9.
I think it just tried to open a planar screen because I can't see it.
So you should be able to get it back.
Amiga M?
Yeah, it's there. Cursor's there. Just click the button. And you're now on the screen.
Okay.
So it's there.
It's just taking up memory.
Can you drag down? You might not show it in this OS.
Yeah, it's a Picasso 96 screen. I can't drag it.
Got it. Okay. Oh well.
But yeah.
I'm sure it's working very, very nicely.
Yeah, it's only taking up a few megs out of the 117 megs I have left. So it's probably only taking up 2. The reason this was on here probably was to test the floating point, because we don't have a floating point unit. I didn't mention that yet, so yeah, we don't yet have a floating point unit in this.
But it's an FPGA,
so we can add it. Yeah, we can add it later. And I think Gunnar is already working on it for the Gold 2 core. I'm running the Gold 1 core right now. So, let's see. Anything else? Well, probably not in this directory. Well, what the heck? I'll pull up Image Effects 4. I showed Trevor that, and he kind of liked it. Okay, we'll pull up, what's a nice resolution? 800 by 600 by 32-bit, maybe? Okay, it's up there. I'm waiting for it to come up here. There it goes. Now let's just open a picture and see how long it takes to load. This Crystal Girl I've seen in a magazine, it's pretty famous. We'll pull it up. Smoothing on, yeah. Okay. And there it is. Didn't take long. Oh, okay. All right. I'll close. Oh, the 5,000 might win. Yeah. But not by a lot, though.
Compared to 500,
Yeah. Yeah, not bad.
it's definitely surreal that you're on an Amiga 500.
Yeah. This is probably the world's fastest Amiga 500 right now. Okay, so we'll get out of this.
Any demos can you run?
I haven't tried any actual demos because most of them bang the chipset, and I don't have the chipset hooked up to the big screen. So.
You get some of the cyber reference one. What's that one? Nova? Looks like the pyramid is 7 minutes long. Anyone? No?
Okay, well, I know they have some newer ones that probably would work, but.
Very cool, man.
But oh, speaking of chipset, that's another feature they want to add in the future is AGA emulation in the FPGA coming out the HDMI. So then, what do you need the motherboard for? Just plug it into the. Oh, and speaking of which, they want to come out with a standalone board after they're done with the A1200 version. So, we'll see what comes up next. So, let's see. I was in here. There's not much that worked there. Oh, programming. I know. We'll pull up Hollywood. Pull up a few demos of that. Requires a bit, not a non, let's see, what does it require? True color or 16-bit screen mode. And here it is. Well, I can tell you right now these 3D ones are going to crawl like a slideshow because we don't have an FPU and we don't have graphics acceleration. So, and then likewise the alpha blending is running on a fallback mode in the Picasso 96. So that's also going to crawl. So I'm just putting that disclaimer on it now, but we'll see what else we can pull up. we'll display this one. I've got a few plugins. We might be able to pull up some audio. Okay, I'm going to see if I can pull up that other file that I had up earlier. That was in the Data Amiga Amp MP3. There it is. Loading, loading, loading. Ooh, that doesn't look so good. I had it working earlier. Well, maybe it doesn't work. Well, okay. Oh, there it goes. Let's play it. Yeah, it's playing. Okay. It's a little bit more lag here than I had in the other one, but okay. Okay, stop.
It's a little rough for it.
Yeah, it's a little rough under Hollywood, but it's still handling it.
Yeah.
Okay. And for an MP3, that I think was, what was it, 128K bit per second? So that was not doing too bad. It'll probably go faster once we get some AMMX acceleration in that, as will the alpha blending, I'm sure, too. We're still working on audio and video drivers to take advantage of the full vector unit idea. Okay. Any of these look? Oh, I had one up earlier. I know what I'll do.
What about an app like Wordsworth or something?
Oh, I had that on here, but I don't know. It's the old version. It might try and pull up a planar display again. So here, I'll pull up the MUI demo, or as long as I'm here in Hollywood. See how Hollywood 6.1 copes with MUI. All right, and there it is. The famous MUI demo.
Are there any thoughts around adding network capability to that?
Oh, the Flipbox is currently the best way to do it. There is thoughts about coming out with an A500 Plus edition, which will have an SPI interface that could hook a Ethernet or Wi-Fi connection up to it. So yeah, there are thoughts in that direction. They just haven't been implemented yet. But a Flipbox will work on anything, so that's not too big of a concern. It's there. Let's see. Yeah. That seems pretty quick and snappy. Quit. Video player didn't work earlier because of the plugins. Okay. Oh, I didn't try this one yet. But I know Hollywood will not pull up a planar screen, so let's pull that one up. Play. There she is, Amy the squirrel. And still no lag. Of course, this is just playing an anim, but on a chunky display this time. So Hollywood's working pretty good. Some of the plugins may need be a little rough around the edges, but so now let's see what else I got here. Most of this stuff still doesn't work. E should, but I don't have it actually fully installed. Actually, I think I do have it fully installed, but watching things compile is not that exciting. Okay. Oh yeah, you wanted Wordsworth? I'll see if it pulls up a planar screen. Nope, it comes up okay. All right, I'll get out of here. Oh, thank you. No. Quit Wordsworth. Okay. But anyway, that worked. Okay. Turbo Calc. I haven't tried this one either. Okay, there it is. It didn't waste any time either. I think I'll go ahead and quit out of this though. I just wanted to see how long it'd take to load. Didn't take too long. Okay, we've seen games. We've seen productivity software. We've seen graphics processing. And of course, none of this is optimized fully for the processor. It's brand new. So we got upward capabilities ready to happen. Fractals, that opens on a planar screen also. And it requires an FPU. It's just on here to test the FPU capabilities. It's not going to work right now. Sorry. I tried that one earlier. Let's see. Speed test.
Star Trek 25th Anniversary Edition.
Do I have that on here?
Was unbelievably unplayable.
Oh.
Interplay, right?
Let's see if I have it on here.
I'm assuming you don't. It's
Probably not. No.
It was really slow. On this machine, it would probably rip.
It probably would.
Digital Universe.
Digital.
SimCity 2000. That's another good one to demo. Because that
Okay.
is horrific.
Yeah. Did I have that one in here?
I don't think. Just making stuff off the top of my head. I remember.
Well, I got Civilization. If you want to try that.
Civ was always pretty playable.
Okay.
But SimCity 2000 and
Yeah, because
Star Trek 25th were the.
I know that SimCity, the problem was that it always ran on a planar display and used the blitter.
Yeah.
So if
No,
I,
SimCity
2000 is the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, 3000 you mean?
Actually, they're both my PHA. I could be a little wrong about that. But this
Well,
having a CPU would make a big difference.
The CPU would make a big difference. Having a chunky display would have made a big difference too. Since all we can display now is chunky display, I'd have to display it under Mac emulation, and that always ran playably on a real Amiga.
Yeah, but with Mode Pro, you can promote.
Oh, okay.
Push on it. So there's ways around that.
Okay.
Yeah. Very cool.
But yeah, let's see. Any other requests directories you saw that I haven't tried yet? Or questions, concerns?
I haven't seen anything, so maybe show something.
You just walked in, okay. What's that?
I was telling Thomas to go look it up on YouTube. He can see the whole demo.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh.
Can you say what the core, it says 6880?
Oh, yeah, the 68080. I guess I can get up and do a little lecturing now that I've showed you some stuff. The 080 core can combine steps pretty well. It has an opcode fusion feature that allows it to, if it notices a pattern in the two opcodes that can execute in one bus cycle in one pipeline, it will do it. So like the PowerPC does 3 operand math functions, putting a move in front of an add instruction will do the same thing on the 080. And since they're both 16-bit instructions, it comes out to the same 32 bits as the PowerPC's 32-bit 3-operand instruction. So it's catching up with the PowerPC in a manner of speaking.
Was that on 080 chip?
080? The 080 is a soft core.
But was that actual chip 080?
No, not yet. If we get the bugs worked out of it, maybe in a few years, you never know. But right now it's not a chip, it's a soft core. It runs inside the FPGA. It's running on a Cyclone 3 Altera chip right now. So.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, sure.
Because I had the Vampire 1, it didn't have the RTG stuff.
Okay.
It runs off Picasso 96, right?
Yeah, right now it's running over Picasso 96. We've got another guy working on the CyberGrafx 3.
Yes.
But not the Amiga version. It's the AROS version of CyberGrafx 3. So if we can get that working and get it accelerated with AMMX, it may actually become usable to use AROS instead of Amiga OS for some of this stuff. Because
Now what we're looking at right now is a Picasso 96.
yeah, right. This is a P96, Picasso 96.
What's the max res?
I've been running it at half of high definition, both horizontally and vertically. Our overhead projector didn't quite like that resolution, so right now I'm running at 800 by 600. And it's true color, I think. No, this one's 16-bit. I'll pull it up to true color just to show it. This backdrop screen is.
You guys see how fast those
Okay, let's try a 24-bit. Okay, we'll try 24-bit. Here, because it's cutting it off, but with I know. So yeah, P96 has its hang-ups, but let's see how. Oh, that didn't take long to come up. I remember on my A1200, this color wheel would take about a half a second to redraw, and it came up pretty quick though this time. So I'll cancel this.
Did you show Shapeshifter?
I did, and I showed Warcraft 2, so that's been shown.
Are there any Amiga apps installed on there?
Yeah, I showed some of those too. I showed Hollywood. Oh, I got some on here. I showed TurboCalc, loading time, and WordWorth. I tried Vista Pro, but it tried to open up planar screen, so it's probably running in the background now, hogging most of my chip RAM. Thank you. Yeah, it's probably trying to run a double NTSC on, but I don't have the composite hookup on the big screen, so I can't use it. So,
Still limited to 2 megabytes chip RAM?
yeah, this particular one's limited to megabytes chip. The P96 screen is using the, oh, that, and that's, you can't see it up there either. It's running. Yeah. So, RAM screens. There's another plan we're coming up with. HDMI will also be an AHI coming right off it's the same plug as the video. So we'll be able to use AHI to run our for these extra cables. It goes by the physical chip RAM of the Amiga right now, but if we get the chipset emulation core, the soft core, the onboard memory on the accelerator instead, so you'll end up with 128 megs of chip RAM basically. But that's a ways out. That'll be a few years, maybe a few months at the earliest. Excuse me. But yeah, I don't know what a lot of these I don't know what they do. Some of them open on planar screens. Fusion. I tried that earlier before the demo, and something in the graphics driver or something hung up on work. Shapeshifter worked, but Fusion didn't. I don't know why.
I thought Chip Drew had Fusion running on it at the Convex show.
Okay, well, he was running on an A600, so he may have had a different version of the core than I've got. I'm just running the standard, and he might have something newer. I guess if there's no other questions, I guess I might as well wrap it up. Yeah, I guess I don't see anything extra here.
What about the manufacturing?
Okay. Okay, yeah. During the open beta, there was a manufacturing thing that Igor and Brian Kippa, I forget his last name. Anyway, they were making partially by hand because the FPGA itself, if it tested bad, would make the whole board bad. So they'd solder the FPGAs on after testing them. Now that they've got the gold core out, the open beta period is over. So the A600 version has gone up in manufacturing them now. They're 100 at a time. And once we get the backlog cleared from the A600, manufacturing 500 that I've got here.
And they're being manufactured
Yeah, since we were doing it by...
Are they still hand soldering parts of the board?
Not anymore. They'll be manufactured using conventional means from now on. Otherwise, we'll end up with a backlog.
Surface mount?
Yeah, this is surface mount. I don't know if you could bring the camera up here. Well, I guess we can't put that through the big screen anyway, but I'll just turn it off and pop the lid, and I could. Okay, because I guess I didn't really have much more to show.
One more thing, Sam, sorry.
Yes?
I see you have the 500 version there, and I know that the 2000 version goes to the CPU slot, right?
Right.
Adapter board, or is it a separate board?
There is an adapter board. The A500 version, the Van. Yeah, that CDTV. Right now, there's too many physical constraint conflicts in there, and plus we're using a patched kickstart, so trying to squeeze in the additional extended ROM might present a problem. I think we're working on that as well, but I don't want to make any promises we can't keep. But yeah, we're looking into it. We're looking into a lot of things, though. So.
What about the 4000? You guys get that
Oh, the 4000 and 3000. They used the same CPU slot, but since they also already used the Zorro 3 slots for expansion, I've heard that those Zorro 3 slots are a little more timing sensitive than the Zorro 2s in the A2000 series. So it's looking like we're going to put off indefinitely any plans for the A3000 and 4000. Hopefully by the time we would get done with the A1200, we'll be in a position that we can come out with standalone motherboards that don't even have the legacy components.
Would they have Zorro slots? What you're saying is no, you don't want to mess with bus timing.
We don't want to mess with that. The bus timings of a Zorro 3 card would be problematic. Or maybe problematic. We just haven't looked at it yet, and it would be at least a year or two before we'd get a chance. So that's kind of way out there a ways. If you know somebody with a Video Toaster 2000, it'd be interesting to see Lightwave running on one of these once we get the floating point unit working. Yeah!
Right here.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see.
And then it goes green, so you're in number one.
Number one, okay.
Yeah.
Which is already up.
On. It should be good.
Okay. Test 1, 2, just test. That's time. Testing 1, 2. Okay, good. That was the last presentation for today. Let's have another for Sam Crow and for the vampire. Yeah, exactly. We have about another hour that we're going to start tearing down. So if all of you could, help when that time comes, that would be greatly appreciated. And so most of this is individual equipment that we'll be leaving with individual people. Some of it needs to be loaded into a truck. So if you can help with that, that'd be great. So about 4:30, we'll start that process. So thanks for coming, and hopefully we'll see you all next year. Watch the website for news and dates and things of that sort, and also the blog, which is linked to the front page.
Okay, Amiwest 2016 stream listeners. The time has come to end the show, at least the stream. Stream's over, folks. See you next time. Okay, so it's time to end the stream. We've had a number of fantastic presentations. Very, very happy with the way that worked out. So let's go and take a tour of the sausage factory, shall we? Okay, so here's the deal. This is a YouTube stream. Let me get the camera going. Move this stuff out of the way. I'm going to go handheld. I've got some cables and stuff. It's going to get a little bouncy. Uh-oh. Ah! Okay. Move that out of the way. So what are we looking at here? That's as far as I can go. Okay. So this is the heart of the system. The tower is a PC. The big machine, of course, is an Amiga 2000. Somebody at some point turned the light out. It was probably me. So I have a little light bar in there, so it has that cool I'm a neat machine glow that goes on. Inside the 2000, we have 4 TVCs. I don't know if you can see that. It's kind of dark. Yeah, actually the camera has a low light mode. Now here, turn on. It's got night shot. It's like
Yeah. Good.
actual night shot. So it's got 4 TBCs going into a capture card in the back of the PC there. The PC, of course, is the only thing here that's on the network. Thank you, Tony. Tony, one of our guys that make all this stuff happen with me. It is not an individual effort here. I just leave that one over there. It's in the back of the toaster. Yeah. So then we've got the preview monitor. So those color bars are being produced by the TBC. The TBC is being fed by a device that does HDMI to AV. That's how I was able to get the displays working. Hopefully everyone can appreciate how clean the audio was, or sorry, the video was from up front because of that device into the toaster. Over here we have the toaster display, so if I press the button, it'll do the various transitions. And you'll remember that I was going through this weekend and finding different ones and having fun with it. Trying to find Miss Kiki, here she is, like this one. So I was doing titling, so if I wanted to overlay the title, you can just quickly type the number and then press the enter button, and you'll see it. See, it's rendering on the preview display. And then if I hit the enter key again, oh, that's trippy. Oh, spacebar. Spacebar does the take, and we'll put it on the stream. So anyway, that's how you operate the toaster. I've got my friend Gloib Ball, Dan Kalsko, who passed away last year after the Amiga 30th. Love these things, so I will treat it with utmost respect and pride. We miss you, Dan. Over here we've got the, whoops, I'm losing my signal here. Over here you can see we have the sorry, I'm playing with the toaster again. Over here I've got the mixing board. We've got a couple of speakers. One's over in that corner, and one's over in this corner so that people in the show floor could hear what we were doing. And it's actually much simpler than it's been in years past. Much easier to pull off the show. Let me set the camera down on this 1084. It's been a lot of fun. And just wanted to say, I'm going to go ahead and shut down the streams now. It's been a great show, absolutely awesome. If you care at all about the Amiga, if you took the time to watch this, you really should come here once. So right now we have 23 people on the stream. Peak today was about 44. Yesterday's peak was 67 during the announcements, so we know why people tune in. Really, really, really appreciate it, and I'm going to shut it down and have a great year. Hopefully there'll be more Amiga shows and whatnot that are happening around the world, in Sacramento, California, in Tony's house. Okay, I'm signing off. Goodbye, everyone. I wonder if I could do that. I'm going to load an image, actually, because this is a video toaster, and I've never loaded the video toaster images. Load frame. Supposed to work. It's going to take a few minutes. Graphics. Unfortunately, my toaster installation is poorly done. It needs some love. Maybe next year I'll spend some more time on it. There's the new tech directory. So, it was a great show. I see some people on IRC were saying some stuff. Let me go look there. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are welcome. I do this for 2 reasons. One, because I love hanging out with everyone and having a really good time. It's great. We always get together, and the second is gives me something to do, which is always good too. Let's see. see. Where is that classic video toaster logo? Apologies for not having thought about that before. I need a close-up one day of the... yes, my friend Mike. How I just look in the book, Mike. I sent you the book. It's all right there. Aren't it? Yeah. Thanks, Tony. Okay, I'm close. I'm in the toaster directory. Toolkit, utilities, bunch of stuff. Toaster paint. Video toaster, is that a directory? No, it's a file. Shoot, I got to spend a little bit more time with that. I didn't think of wanting to do this. Sample, CGS text. I mean, this installation has a lot of stuff I don't actually use. You know what I can do? I can do this. Oh, I gotta go back to the switcher. Sorry, everyone. I'll find it with DM. Okay. Jump back to the Amiga, because it is an Amiga. So it made it so powerful as it was an actual computer system. Toaster work. Brush. Art brush. No, it's sort of like images maybe. Oh, there it is. It was a frame store and it was in that directory. How strange. Okay, I'm so close, everyone. Just bear with me. Load, frame, toaster, frame store. There it is. Duh. Yes. Yes. Success. See you, Mike. Oh, presidential debate snacks. Yeah, we better end this. Okay. Boom. Take it out. That's the video toaster rendering of this. Boom. I'm going to leave it at that for a little while I start slowly shutting things down. I'm probably going to turn this off in the next 2, maybe 5 minutes, so feel free to linger for a bit, and we will see you next year.